Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1. In the early morning, the sun shines on the earth where all things are revived through the thin clouds. At this time, on the back mountain of Junshin town, the teenager stood on the top of the mountain and watched the rising sun. There was a little elf at his feet, the size of a puppy. It was a little fox with a red body, but the most eye-catching thing was the 9 tails swaying in the wind behind him. Has it been 10 years since you came to this world? The boy, or Luokan, looked into the distance. He was not from this world at all. 10 years ago, he also became a member of the army of transmigrators and transmigrated into the world of Pokemon. Like most traversers, he also has his own system. 2 years ago, he turned on the elf system, and then gave a elf egg, which was the 9-tailed underfoot after hatching. This 9-tailed is not the other 9-tailed. This 9-tailed is not the all-white 9-tailed in the Pokemon world, but the tailed beast in the Naruto world, 9-tailed, Kurama. System, scan the 9 tails. Name, 9 tails, infancy. Property, unknown. Race, tailed beast. Level, level 40. Ellipsis. The power division of the Pokemon world is very simple. Levels 1 to 20 are novice, level 21 to 40 are ordinary, level 41 to 55 are elite, and level 56 to 60 is the Sky King, 61 to 70 is the King of Heaven, 71 to 80 is the Champion, and above 81 is the Beast, which is divided into 3 levels, 2 levels, and 1 level. 2 years ago, when 9 tails was summoned, it was an egg. It took a year and a half to hatch and become a level 1 scumbag. Then it took Luokan another half a year to upgrade it to level 40. Mainly because there are no powerful Pokemon near Junshin town, and it is a bit difficult to level up. Luokan took a deep breath. Kurama, let's go, today is my 10th birthday, and it's the day we set off. It's 10 years old, it's time to start traveling. He turned around and left with 9 tails. After a long journey, he returned to his own home. Xiaochen, hurry up, everyone else has already gone to Dr. Damu's place, so you are the only one missing. A beautiful woman stood at the door and urged. I know, Mom. Luokan went back to his room and carried the luggage that he had packed overnight. Mom, then I'm going. Well, remember to call home often. The beautiful woman was a little reluctant. Received. You also remember to take care of yourself, I'm leaving. Luokan waved his hand, leaving a back. Ellipsis. Soon, Luokan came to Dr. Damu's place. Hello, Dr. Damu. Xiaochen, you are here. Dr. Damu is also very familiar with Luokan. When he saw Juwei half a year ago, he was shocked and thought it was a new breed of elf. Without researching it, he could only give up. All 3 of you are here, so it's just Xiaoji. Don't wait for him, let's choose elf first. It was only then that he discovered that besides himself, there were 2 other 10-year-old children. One of them was Dr. Damu's grandson Xiaomao, and the other, Luokan, who had never seen one, apparently played the role of soy sauce in the original work. Dr. Ogi took out 3 Pokeballs and released the 3 Pokemon. These are the 3 royal families in our Kanto region, that is, the initial elves. They are the seeds of the grass-type frog. Frog seed threw out 2 vine whips, seed. The Jenny turtle of the water system. Jenny turtle spewed out a small water gun, Jenny. The little fire dragon of the fire element. The little fire dragon spewed out a spark, roar. Ellipsis. Okay, choose your favorite partner. Xiaomao didn't hesitate. I choose Jenny Turtle. On the side, the soy sauce man also made a decision. I want frog seeds. The little fire dragon is mine. Little fire dragon, please take care. Luo Chen picked up the Pokeball beside him and put it in. Here are your 5 Pokeballs and the Pokédex. Don't lose the Pokédex. This is your identification. The 3 took over. Understood. Okay. Let's go, remember to recover more Pokemon. Yes. The 3 got up to say goodbye. Just after walking out for a while, Xiaomao blocked Luo Chen's way and provocatively said. My grandfather admires you very much. You are very powerful. Let's have a duel of elves. Boring. Luo Chen bypassed him. Are you afraid? That's right, I'm afraid. Luo Chen said without turning his head. As a person with an adult soul, how could he be able to fall into such a low-level aggression? The other party's disapproval attitude made Xiao Mao furious. Use 10,000 yuan as a bet. As long as you win against me, 10,000 yuan will be yours. Luokan paused for a while, then turned around. Say early. Chapter 2. Xiao Mao was stunned. In your eyes, I'm not worth 10,000 yuan. Luokan is very honest. It's really not comparable. You must know that he is very poor now. The family is a single-parent family, and his mother has not given him much pocket money. He only has 5,000 yuan even when he is full. He also sighs a little, as expected of being rich for several generations. Twice his own worth. Damn. Xiao Mao threw the Pokeball he had just obtained. An arc of white light flashed, and the Jenny Turtle appeared in front of him. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Jenny Turtle. Attribute, Water. Level, Level 5. Qualification, Individual Value, Elite. The information about the Jenny Turtle quickly appeared in his mind, and Luo Chen didn't hesitate to throw the Pokeball he just got. The little fire dragon appeared on the field. Okay, let's get started. Luokan was also eager to try. This was also the first time he had played against a trainer with an elf battle. Usually, he fought against wild elf. Xiao Mao sneered at the corner of his mouth. The water element and the fire element, his own attributes were dominant, and the opponent would definitely lose. He is also unequivocal. Jenny Turtle, use the water gun. Luokan was neither in a hurry nor slow, but rather lazily, dodge the little fire dragon and use its sharp claws. The little fire dragon dodged the water gun, kicked his foot, and waved his claws towards the Jenny Turtle. Junior jumped away. Jump away. Looking at the Jenny Tortoise jumping in the air, Luo Chen pointed with his hand, use sparks there. Xiao Mao was stunned for a moment. The Jenny Turtle was obviously not there, but then, he panicked. There was the place where the Jenny Turtle fell. When the Jenny Turtle landed, sparks followed, filling it. At this time, Xiao Mao was already in a state of confusion, and he didn't know how to command at all. Luokan shook his head. He was too tender. He didn't have much actual combat experience. He was inferior to some wild elves. The little fire dragon uses sharp claws. The little fire dragon went up to give it a shot, and the Jenny Turtle was shot and flew out and fell to the ground, with circles in his eyes, and he had lost his fighting ability. Okay, let's get 10,000 yuan, I'm in a hurry. Xiao Mao handed Luo Chen 10,000 yuan. Gritting his teeth, he was a little unwilling. It's not over yet, come again. He threw another elf ball, white light flashed, and a ferocious elf stood on the field. The information about the elf also appeared in Luokan's mind. Name, Fangtooth Shark. Attribute, Dragon plus Ground. Level, 45. Qualification, Individual Value, King of Heaven. Damn it, all the quasi-gods in the Sheno area have been brought here. As expected of the grandson of Dr. Damu, the quasi-gods can't even be bought with money, and they are also the quasi-gods in the Sheno area. After releasing the Fangtooth Land Shark, Xiao Mao's entire popularity changed, and his face was full of confidence. I won't fight you, the little fire dragon can't beat your Fangtooth Land Shark. I'm leaving, goodbye. Wait, I don't fight the little fire dragon. I want to fight your little elf. I heard that Grandpa said it is very powerful. He pointed to the 9 tails in Luo Chen's arms. Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. Are you sure? Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Luo Chen's expression was a little strange. XXX. Kyubi, go and play with it. While talking, Luo Chen picked up the backpack that was put aside. Why did you pack your bag so quickly? Because this battle will end soon. Xiao Mao showed a mighty smile and looked down at Luokan. You still have self-knowledge. In front of my Fanglu shark, everything is garbage. Luo Chen scratched his head. The other party seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. It's not what you understand. Luokan pondered for a while, but really couldn't think of a better word to explain, so he could only say, forget it, you can experience it yourself. Kurama Tail Beast Jade. Kyuubi nodded, opened his mouth, and a dark ball of light with an unknown substance condensed in front of his mouth, the size of a basketball. Luo Chen looked at the tailed beast Jade and was taken aback. Stop, Kurama is smaller. Ninetales understood, and the tailed beast Jade suddenly became smaller. Not enough, no matter how small. No matter how small. When the tailed beast Jade shrinks to the size of a ping-pong ball. Alright. The jade-tailed beast the size of a ping-pong ball fluttered towards the fangtooth land shark. Looking at the fluttering black ball of light without the slightest lethality, Xiao Mao sneered, holding his hand and said, you dare to show shame with such a weak trick. Just let you feel the gap between us, don't think that you have defeated my initial stage. The elf thought it was great, and it was only because the jerky I chose was too weak. Luokan rolled his eyes. This is a typical example of his teammates being too naive when he loses, and he carries himself when he wins. Just let you see the horror of the fangtooth shark. The fangtooth land shark, shatter his confidence, and take this ball of light. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched, feeling a little helpless. It seemed that the battle was over sooner than I thought. Kurama, let's go. He turned around and left with Ninetales. Are you going to flee without fighting? Xiao Mao shouted from behind. See for yourself. The sound of falling dust came from far away. Xiao Mao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this meant. At this time, the tailed beast Jade also arrived. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Xiao Mao was taken aback, and quickly looked. The entire arena was filled with smoke and dust, the surroundings were a mess, and there were blasted mud blocks everywhere. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and there was a large pit on the field, and the fangtooth land shark was blasted a few meters away and fell on the steps outside the field. Saw an unconscious fangtooth shark. Xiao Mao's eyes bulged out, and he opened his mouth and screamed, how? How is it possible? Chapter 3. He sat on the ground and was terrified. This scene seemed to drop a depth bomb in his heart. How could it be so strong? He was in a trance as a whole, knowing that after he possessed the fangtooth land shark, it could be said that he was already the top existence among his peers. Even if he encounters some senior trainers, as long as it is not suppressed by attributes, he is sure to be able to deal with it. But now, with one move, he loses with one move, and he can't even take a move from the opponent, who is still his peers. Xiao Mao, how do you know that there are people outside of you? There is a heaven outside. It's time for you to correct your life-threatening problems. Otherwise, you will never be able to win Luokan for the rest of your life. Damubo came behind him, and he saw the game from the beginning to the end. I heard that my most respected grandfather actually praised the person who beat him. Xiao Mao stood up, gritted his teeth and said, I will not lose, my fangtooth shark can grow into the existence of the king. He is just taking advantage of the level. Next time I will definitely defeat him, I'll prove it to you. He took the fangtooth land shark back to the Pokeball, turned around and left without saying a word. Dr. Damu opened his mouth to say something, but then it all turned into a wry smile. Looking at Xiao Mao's retreating back, Dr. Damu shook his head. In fact, he just wanted to say that the fangtooth land shark is a stage higher than the Ninetales. The fangtooth land shark is level 45 and has entered the elite. And Juwei is only level 40, which is the normal peak, but in order not to undermine Xiao Mao's confidence, he didn't say it. Looking at Xiao Mao's back, Dr. Damu murmured, Xiao Mao, there is a kind of genius in this world, and their existence will make others unmatched in their entire lives. On the road of life, they are the best. At this time, the genius that Dr. Damu called was in a daze, with black question marks all over his face. Because a message appeared in his mind not long ago. Ding! The battle conditions are triggered, and the system is fully activated. Ding! congratulations to the host for completing the first battle, rewarded with a golden lottery gray badge. Ding! The personal achievement system is activated, and a white lottery ticket will be awarded. A series of information bombardment made Luokan a little bit lost. After 2 years, it turns out that you are fully enlightened at this time. The condition for the system to be fully turned on and triggered is, the host and the trainer have a elf battle. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, today was indeed the first time he had fought against a trainer. Before, he had always fought against wild elves in the back mountain. He was a little sweaty. Check the system interface. At the bottom, there are really 2 more functions, the achievement system and the lottery system. Achievement system, none. Lottery system, 1 white lottery ticket, 1 golden lottery ticket. Ellipsis. At the bottom, there are really 2 more functions, the achievement system and the lottery system. Tell me about the lottery system. There are 5 kinds of lottery tickets, which are white, green, gold, purple, and colorful. As the name suggests, lottery tickets are used for lottery draws. The higher the level of the lottery tickets, the higher the chance of drawing good things. Luo Chen looked at the lottery system on the interface and nodded thoughtfully. The host needs to use the lottery unique Jun. He felt a little fresh. Why keep it? Smoke the white one first. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual white slot machine appeared in front of him. Items are constantly beating on the screen, flashing away, and the speed is very fast. Soon, the speed slowed down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the preparation method of primary cultivation pill. Preparation method of primary cultivation pill. Grinding the pill and putting it into any kind of food will make the elves fall in love with its taste, which can cultivate the elves better, and also has a certain therapeutic effect. Good thing, any kind of food, meaning that human food can also be used, then I don't need to buy elf food from those profiteers, so I can save a lot of money, but I don't know how effective it will be. Elf food is specially for elves, and it is very expensive. Ordinary people generally cannot afford elf food and can only feed them with human food. Ordinary people can do this, but trainers can't do it. Only by eating special elf food will the elves develop better, and when they develop, they will become stronger in combat. Putting away the manufacturing method of primary cultivation pill, Luo Chen was a little excited. The white lottery ticket is the one to draw this kind of good thing. I don't know what good things can be drawn with the golden lottery ticket. System, use golden lottery tickets. The virtual slot machine appeared again, only this time it was golden. Countless items scroll rapidly across the screen at a dizzying speed. Soon, the speed slowed down. Ellipsis. Chapter 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a mystery potion. Mystery potion, it can improve the qualifications of elves. Note, the original qualifications need to be below the Heavenly King. Depend on. Luokan looked at the small bottle in his hand, and almost didn't throw it out. The aptitude of an elf was fixed from birth, and he had never heard that the aptitude of an elf could be improved. You must know how many elves in this world are stuck at the peak of the elite, the quasi-celestial king, although the peak of the quasi-celestial king is only 1 level away from the heavenly king. But don't underestimate this mere first-level difference. Lack of aptitude, many elves can't break through to the heavenly king in their entire lives. A quasi-heavenly king and a heavenly king are completely the difference between heaven and earth, and they are not on the same level at all. It is no exaggeration to say that if Luokan leaks the news of the mystery potion in his hand, it is guaranteed to make people all over the world crazy and set off a bloody storm. Countless financial groups and families will be like the sharks who smell the fishy smell. Grab the mystery potion. Especially those trainers who are quasi-kings are absolutely crazy. So for the sake of safety, Luokan quickly used this hot potato. He released the little fire dragon, and under the doubtful eyes of the little fire dragon, he poured mysterious potion into its mouth. Name, Little Fire Dragon. Attribute, Fire. Level, Level 6. Qualification individual king of heaven. Ellipsis. Sure enough, he has been promoted from elite to heavenly king. He touched the little fire dragon's head. How do you feel? Xiao Huolong also felt the change in his body, lightly rubbed against Luokan's pants. Very happy, his eyes were extremely agile, and his eyes were like torches. Okay, it's been a long delay, it's time to go, or you'll have to spend the night in the forest tonight. Putting away the little fire dragon, Luokan walked in the direction of Joban City. Evening. In the forest, by the campfire. It's all to blame for Xiaomao, the rich second generation, who wants to compete with me, delaying my time and causing me to spend the night in the forest tonight. A teenager pitched a tent while ramble. Well, hello, this is the only place nearby that is suitable for camping. Can I set up a tent here? A voice came from the side, the voice of a girl. Luo Chen looked at her and saw a girl standing next to her. A white peaked cap covered her long curled hair and most of her face, making it difficult to see her appearance. Mia, why are you asking him? This is not his place. XXX. At this moment, an annoying voice sounded. Luokan frowned slightly and looked behind the girl. It was a man who was about his age and dressed brightly. The clothes on his body Luokan have been seen on TV. It seems to be a very expensive brand, priced at 10,000 yuan. It's another rich second generation. Luokan murmured. Whatever you want, this is not my place. Luokan said something, and went to work on his own business. The second generation of the rich courted the girl. Mia, then I'll set up a tent for you. No, I will do it myself. Soon, they set up the tent. The girl named Mia looked at Luokan, and was suddenly attracted by the 9 tails under his feet. She couldn't move her eyes. She exclaimed, so cute, you are just some kind of elf. The stunted glittering 9 tails. Luo Chen casually said something to fool him. The rich second generation saw that his favorite goddess actually stared at a poor boy's elf for a long time, and was a little jealous. What, this kind of elf is just for viewing, for our trainers, only powerful ones are. The elf is the root. Doodulu, handsome contestants, after clicking on the collection and flowers, I will go from a shameless author asking for votes for collection. Chapter 5. Hearing this, Luo Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with such an idiot, and divided his lunch into Juwei and Xiao Huolong's rice plate. Wait, you just use this kind of thing for the elves? Mia was a little surprised. Is there any problem? I eat it too. Don't you know that elves have to eat elves, food to grow better? I know, but I'm poor and can't afford it. Luo Chen spreads his hands. Of course, he will not buy elf food because he is poor. The reason why he used the food he eats to feed the elf today is primary cultivation pill. The instruction of cultivation pill is to crush it. It can be put into any kind of food, so human food is also okay. Then you're too poor, you can't even afford ordinary elf food. Fu Dai took out several boxes of different colors from his bag as if to show off. The packaging was extremely exquisite. He poured the elf food inside into the elf's rice plate. The elf food had a clear texture and was very beautiful. He raised his head proudly. You must know that our elf grew up eating the top elf food, and the food that each attribute elf eats is different. Fu Dai straightened his chest and enjoyed the feeling of being superior. Mia said, I have a lot of food here, let your elf come and eat it together. Yes, come here, with your financial strength, you can never let them taste this top-notch food in your life. Fu Dai said. No, my elf is used to the food I make. Luokan took out the primary cultivation pill that he made during the day, crushed it and put it into the food of the little fire dragon and the 9 tails. I don't know how the primary cultivation pill works. He touched his chin. Mia, leave him alone, let's release the elves, they must be starving too. Ellipsis. Boom. At this moment, the ground shook violently. The big trees fell in pieces, and a huge figure appeared in front of Luo Chen and them. It is a ring bear. Its volume is almost twice the size of an ordinary ring bear, and its huge size is very impactful. It was snorting, saliva kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. On the side, Fu Dai looked at the ring bear and his scalp was numb, and he was a little annoyed. It's all my fault. I forgot that this is a forest. The circle bear must have been attracted by the top elf food I brought out. Then what should we do? Fu Dai swallowed his saliva. It's fine, just give it our elf food. In order not to lose face in front of the goddess, the second generation of Fu bravely walked over and handed the elf food to the circle bear. Here. Here you are, this is the food for general type elves. Roar. Ring bear roared and slapped the elf food away. The second generation of Fu was taken aback and hurriedly took out other kinds of elf food. Here, there are fire, rock, grass. Elf food, which one do you want? Roar. Ring bear slapped again, knocking out all the elf food. He didn't want this or that. What kind of thing he wanted, he was about to cry. I think it's going to eat my food. A soft voice came over. Fu Dai was a little annoyed. My top elf food is useless, don't make trouble with your junk food, what should I do if I provoke it? Manage. His tongue nodded in shock, his eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. How is it possible? There will be an update at around 8 o'clock, I will temporarily set the update time, if there is no accident, it will be updated at around 1 o'clock noon, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and around 8 o'clock in the evening. As for the update, let's see if you guys compare it ~. I'm going to code words, the above is a friendly reminder from a mentally handicapped author. Chapter 6. I think it's going to eat my food. A soft voice came over. Fu Dai turned his head to look at the owner of the voice, a little annoyed. My top elf food is useless, don't make trouble with your junk food, what should I do if I provoke it? His tongue nodded in shock, his eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. How is it possible? Beside Luokan, the bear was hugging the plate and licking wildly, not letting go of the scum that fell to the ground, with a look of intoxication. After Wanwan finished eating, he pointed to the pokeball that Luokan was hanging around his waist, and then looked at him expectantly. You want to follow me? The circle bear chick nodded as if pecking at rice. Name, Circle Bear. Attribute, General. Level, 30. Qualification, Quasi-Tianwang. The information about the circle bear appeared in his mind. No wonder this body is bigger than the ordinary circle bear. It turned out to be the qualification of a quasi-king. Alright then, Luo Chen nodded. Wanwan Shang was extremely happy, afraid that Luokan would go back on it. His paws lightly touched the pokeball, turning into a brilliant red light and disappearing. On the side, Fu Dai was stunned, his jaw was about to fall to the ground in shock, and his whole body turned to petrified. This Wanwan bear knew that his aptitude was very high just by looking at his body shape, so he just gave him a meal of junk food to conquer it. For a while, he was a little envious and said sourly, "Good luck, poor boy, you met a circle bear who likes to eat junk food." Inside. It seems like your elf is eating too. Impossible, how could my little elf eat your junk food? The rich second generation looked confident. Luokan pointed to his feet. They are eating the leftovers from the little fire dragon and the 9 tails. Fu Dai turned his head to look, obviously stunned, and then blushed instantly. Ibrahimovich, the little sea lion is back. He had been embarrassed in front of the goddess over and over again, making him want to find a hole in the ground to get in. He lowered his head and looked at Luo Chen with a very bitter look. It was all this kid, otherwise he would be embarrassed. However, he didn't dare to do anything to Luo Chen, because Luo Chen had just subdued a Wanwan bear, and he couldn't beat it. How on earth did you do it? On the other side, Mia said in surprise. Who knows? Luokan shrugged. This understatement, on the contrary, gives people a feeling of inscrutable, in layman's terms, it is a strong invisible force emanating. Just when she was about to ask questions. At the other end of the forest, thunder and lightning flashed suddenly, with great momentum. Luo Chen looked around, and didn't know what he remembered, so he was a little surprised. You guys eat slowly, I'll go first. He quickly packed his things, picked up his bag and left. It's night now. It's okay, bye. Looking at the back of Luo Chen leaving, Mia thought deeply and became interested in this person who was about the same size as herself. What happened just now is definitely not an accident. It can be said that it was an accident to attract the circle bear for the first time, but the second time to attract Ibrahimovic and the little sea lion cannot be said to be an accident. Ibrahimovic and the little sea lion are used to eating small sea lions. Elf food, it is absolutely impossible to eat non-elf food. Ellipsis. Of course, Luo Chen didn't know that a girl was starting to pay attention to him at this time, and he was rushing in the direction of the lightning and thunder just now. Soon, we arrived at our destination. A hooded boy was holding a yellow-colored elf and running for his life, followed by a large flock of ferrets. Damn it, it's really stupid, shouldn't this scene happen in the daytime? Appearing in front of Luokan as the protagonist of the Pokémon, Xiaoji, who is affectionately called by fans, Xiaoji's Japanese pronunciation is silly. The relentless pursuer of the ferrets was Xiaoji, and a ferret, who was obviously slightly larger, caught up with Xiaoji instantly, and its sharp long beak pecked at Pikachu in his arms. Xiaoji was desperate. At this moment, a voice came from the grass next to him. Kurama. A bright red whip shot out from the grass, and it slammed into the sky, knocking the sparrow to the ground and losing consciousness. A teenager pushed through the grass and came out. Luokan. Xiaoji was stunned. Well, leave it to me next. Kurama starts. The 9 tails behind Jue instantly turned into 9 whips, dancing wildly in the air with a whistling sound. During the morning, one after another, the sparrows were pulled down. In less than 30 seconds, the sparrows either lay on the ground, or fled in a panic with their tails tucked. Good, very strong. Xiaoji's eyes widened, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, and the flock of fiery birds who had suffered so much, was driven away by such an understatement. He had an unreal feeling. Well, behind this second generation rich there are great use. What's the great use? Forget it, it's not a spoiler. The above is a ruthless flirtation from a brain-dead author. XXX. Chapter 7. The 9 tails behind Jue instantly turned into 9 whips, dancing wildly in the air with a whistling sound. During the morning, one after another, the sparrows were pulled down. In less than 30 seconds, the sparrows either lay on the ground, or fled in a panic with their tails tucked. Good, very strong. Xiaoji's eyes widened, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, and the flock of fiery birds who had suffered so much, was driven away by such an understatement. He had an unreal feeling. Thank you, Luokan. Xiaoji came over. It's okay, you're welcome. Luokan was startled when he saw the scarred and dying Pikachu in Xiaoji's arms. He was seriously injured. Don't be stunned, it's seriously injured, quickly help it treat the wound, and then go to the elf center for treatment as soon as possible, it will be dangerous if it's too late. I went out in a hurry and didn't bring any medicine. Xiaoji was a little flustered. Luo Chen frowned. Give me. He took out the wound medicine and bandages from the bag very neatly, and after simply treating Pikachu's wound, the two quickly ran towards the nearest elf center. They ran all the way, and soon the two came to the fairy center in Joban City. Hurriedly ran in. In the center of the elf, seeing the incomparably weak Pikachu, Miss Joy suddenly stood up. It hurts so badly, give it to me. She picked up Pikachu and hurriedly took the auspicious egg into the elf treatment room. At this time, the night is very deep, the moonlight is quiet and soft like flakes, the clouds as light as silk look shyly at the peaceful world, the little elves that appear at night are wrapped in the pure and soft light, rejoicing in the forest, everything is full of the poetic and picturesque mood makes people intoxicated. But the people in the elf center were not in the mood to enjoy this wonderful night view. On the bench in the center of the elf, Xiaoji's face was solemn and anxious, and he kept rubbing his hands. Seeing this, Luokan said comfortably. Don't worry, it's alright. Ash nodded forcefully, but was still very anxious, his eyes fixed on the elf treatment room. Well, it seems that my comfort has no effect at all. The two sat on the chairs in front of the elf treatment room and waited. About an hour later, the light in the elf treatment room went out, the door opened, and Gilly Egg pushed Pikachu out. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash happily rushed over and picked up Pikachu. Pick up. Pikachu lowered his eyelids, his voice was reluctant, and there were lightning arcs flashing beside his cheeks, but remembering that he had desperately defended himself before, the lightning arcs disappeared again. Haha, Pikachu, you didn't call me, do you recognize me? Ash excitedly threw it high. This sudden scene shocked Pikachu, mid-air. Chew. A lightning strike fell, hitting Xiaoji. His whole body suddenly became charred black, and his hair exploded and scattered. Cough. He exhaled a puff of black smoke. Pika pika pika. Pikachu was holding hands and berating Ash. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched, as expected of a fool. He looked at Pikachu and moved closer. Pikachu, how are you alright? Luokan touched its cheek, and I have to say, as expected of a skin god, it feels good. Xiaoji was startled when he saw this. Luokan, don't touch it, it will get angry with the electric man. The words were not finished. I saw Pikachu jump into Luokan's arms and act like a spoiled child, and even ran to his shoulders and rubbed his cheeks. It also knew that Luokan had saved him. Xiaoji opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at Pikachu, who was playing with Luokan. His heart was like a beeping wind-speed dog. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. How did it change? How did it feel that Luokan was Pikachu's trainer? While playing with Pikachu, Luo Chen also carefully looked at the famous Pishin system, the Eye of Probing. Name: Pikachu, the protagonist of the world, carrying the luck of the world, has been bound to the protagonist of another world and cannot be robbed. Attribute: Electric. Level: Level 6. Qualification: This is a magical little elf, but it can leapfrog the level and become a divine beast, and it can also be so weak that it loses to Zanwuju. Ellipsis. It really is Xiaoji's exclusive right. Luokan felt a little regretful in his heart. He had planned to use the Wanwan bear to exchange skins with Xiaoji before, but it seemed that this was impossible. However, the system's evaluation of the skin god is very accurate. When it is really strong, it is no problem to overturn the divine beast. When it is weak, it can lose to the trainer who just went out. Every time I change regions, when I go to Novice Village, I always use the actor's self-cultivation, lose to the trainer who just left, and find something for Xiaoji. Ellipsis. Pishin is beaten by the original elves every time he changes places. This is the Pokemon screenwriter I want to complain the most. The place, and there are so many, the stupid thing has not won the league championship once. X, Y and Z are the most likely to win the championship, and as a result, Ashina Frog threw a huge golden healing shuriken to help X spray it back. Full blood, you're just kidding me. At first, it was officially rendered for more than a month. After that episode was broadcast, the pet bar and the magic bar both exploded. Chapter 8. The two said goodbye to Joey and went to a 24-hour open food store to order 2 meals. By the way, Xiaoji, didn't you set out during the day? Logically speaking, you should have arrived at Vibrant City during the day. Why are you still wandering in the forest and being chased by a flock of ferrets? Luo Chen was really curious, because he had to pick up the materials for the primary cultivation pill in the forest, so he wasted time. And why did Xiaoji stay in the forest so late? I heard that Dr. Damu said that you defeated Xiaomao, and I wanted to challenge you, so I looked for you in the forest to see if I could meet you, and then got lost and accidentally strayed into the territory of the strong bird. Luokan held his forehead speechlessly. I don't carry this pot. Soon, the meal came. After drinking and eating, Luokan, let's fight. Xiaoji stared at Luokan with burning eyes. Okay. The two came to the playing field outside. Xiaoji has high fighting spirit. Come on, 1 Volt 1, release your elf. Is it possible to do either one? Luo Chen smiled playfully. No, it can't. Xiaoji pointed at the 9 tails, and the image of the 9 tails destroying the grass and defeating the flock of ferrets played back in his mind. Okay, then change another one. Luo Chen threw a pokeball at random. Roar. A deafening voice sounded, and a huge elf appeared beside Luoken, with an imposing manner. Seeing the incomparably mighty and imposing Wanwan bear, Xiaoji was taken aback and his face darkened. Haha, just kidding, go, little fire dragon. After releasing the little fire dragon, Luoken picked up a can from the road and threw it into the sky. The 2 sides were ready, staring at the cans. Boom. Pikachu, lightning flashes. Little fire dragon, sharp claws. The moment the cans landed, the 2 sides made moves almost at the same time. The small figures of 1 yellow and 1 orange collided on the field of play, making a loud noise, and the huge shock force sent both sides flying backwards. Little fire dragon, stabilize your body. Fallout command. Just when Xiaoji regained his senses and wanted to paint a scoop according to the gourd, it was too late. But Pikachu didn't panic at all. When he landed, he used his tail to flick on the ground, buffering his strength and landing firmly on the ground. As expected of a skin god, he can make the best choice by himself. Luo Chen half squinted his eyes. Well done, Pikachu. Ash was very excited. Pikachu, lightning bolt. The little yellow figure moved, instantly turned into a streamer, and jumped up to the top of the little fire dragon. Use an electric shock. Xiaoji's voice came again. Pika Pika, Chu. Lightning shot towards the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon dodge. The lightning flashed through, and the little fire dragon's reaction was not unpleasant. It avoided it with a horizontal jump, and the lightning brushed its cheeks. It was extremely dangerous. Ah, damn it, I was avoided. Xiaoji grabbed his hair, a little annoyed. Sure enough, you can't underestimate silly things and skin gods. Luo Chen looked at Xiaoji. The latter didn't rely on strategy at all. He was a bloody idiot, but his observation and intuition were exceptionally sharp, and he often gave orders during battles based on his own intuition and flashes of inspiration. I have to say that it was an ordinary little fire dragon just now, and it has already knelt down. One of the shortcomings of the little fire dragon is that its reaction ability is a little weak. If it were a normal fire dragon, it would definitely be hit by an electric shock. However, Xiaoji did not count it, and the little fire dragon of Luoken was not ordinary. It drank the mysterious potion, and its talents and abilities were strengthened. Such idiots who are too hot-blooded and rely on intuition to command are generally the most troublesome type of data calculation trainers, such as Shoda in XY. But I'm not a data computing trainer, you can call me a crushing trainer. The corner of Luoken's mouth curled up. Little fire dragon, it's our turn to fight back. Roar. The little fire dragon spewed out a flame, with eyes like torches. Luoken, let the horse come over. Xiaoji said excitedly with a grin, he couldn't wait. As you wish. Little fire dragon, use sharp claws. XXX. The little fire dragon moved instantly, kicked its feet, and rushed towards Pikachu, very fast. Pikachu, use a flash of lightning to meet him. Boom. The lightning flashed and the claws collided, and once again fell into a stalemate. Both sides could not help each other. Little fire dragon, do you only have this power? Fallen Dust said lightly. Roar. Hearing the master's questioning about him, the little fire dragon's eyes turned red and he roared. The flames on his tail suddenly soared and burned fiercely. Handsome guys, SNT, you guys have changed, you guys have swelled up, there is not a single flower today, there are flowers every day, don't keep it, smash it over, smash me to death, give me some motivation tilde and then the drama. Let's take a closer look, there will be mythical beasts in the next chapter. Well, I used to play the most popular sentence in PM, blank, is in hand, I have it in the world. Chapter 9. The lightning flashed and the claws collided, and once again fell into a stalemate. Both sides could not help each other. Little fire dragon, do you only have this power? Fallen Dust said lightly. Roar. Hearing the master's questioning about him, the little fire dragon's eyes turned red and he roared. The flames on his tail suddenly soared and burned fiercely. The little fire dragon only felt that a force was born out of thin air in the body. The power of the sharp claws increased sharply, the huge force poured in, and the balance was broken. Pick up. While mourning, Pikachu was shot flying in the air. Use sparks. Luokan ordered to pursue the victory while winning. The raging flames were brewing in the mouth of the little fire dragon, hot and dazzling. Huh, it's not a spark. Finally, after the brewing was over, a pillar of fire spewed towards Pikachu. Pikachu screamed and flew out and fell to the ground, with circles in his eyes. Yes, I learned to spray flames. Luo Chen walked over and touched the little fire dragon's head, and praised him. Hearing this, the little fire dragon was very happy, and his eyes were curved into crescents. Thanks for your hard work. Fallen Dust took it back to the Pokeball. He walked to Ash. Pikachu had woken up at this time, and it was not seriously injured. At this moment, Xiaoji turned his head and stared at Luo Chen. His eyes were shining, and he was dancing with excitement. It's so cool, this is a battle of elves, it's really interesting. I've decided, I'm going to join the Kanto League, and I'm going to become a master of the elf. Xiaoji's eyes were bright. Then come on. Luo Chen leaned down and pinched Pikachu's face lightly. You too, come on. He got up, looked up at the sky, and it was already white with fish belly. Okay, it's dawn, I should go. Why don't we have a company together? No, I'm leaving, goodbye. Luo Chen smiled lightly, picked up Juwei and left. Well then, next time, I will definitely beat you next time we meet. Xiaoji pointed at Luo Chen's back. Okay, I'm waiting for the day when you defeat me. Luo Chen waved his hand to Xiaoji with his back, and then the corner of his mouth twitched, and said in a voice that he could only hear, but that day may never come. Looking at the back of Luokan facing the rising sun, the shadow is getting longer and longer. Xiaoji has high fighting spirit. Pikachu, now we can't even beat the weakest elf in his hands, we have to do our best. Pick up. Ellipsis. After Luo Chen left, he walked through the busy neighborhood and stopped under a building. He looked up at the building's sign, Jobin Gym, Mewtwo, here I come. Stepping up the stairs, he pushed open the door of the gymnasium, and strode forward. The inside of the gym is very gloomy, extremely dark, with only a faint light. Just when Luo Chen was looking at the gym. Boom! Suddenly, the lights came on, and two spotlights focused on the high platform beside them. Young man, are you here to challenge the gym? Ha 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 ha. A figure jumped onto the high platform, wearing a cloak. Since you asked the question sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully. To prevent. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and blurted out, damn, why are these three mental retardations? Kojira, he seems to say that we are mentally retarded, right? Meow, I heard it too. Bang 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 bang. The lights in the gym were lit one by one, instantly as incandescent as day. Three figures jumped down from the high platform and jumped in front of Luo Chen, their lower body motionless, their upper body leaning forward to meet Luo Chen's face, staring at him fiercely with their waists tucked in. You stinky bastard, scolding us for mental retardation. Luokan looked at the famous trio in Pokemon, and still felt a little cordial in his heart. The biggest funny factor in Pokemon is his three, cute villains. He waved his hand embarrassedly, and quickly changed the subject, where's your pavilion owner? Sure enough, the mentally retarded trio were instantly distracted, and they jumped back together. We are the owners of the museum. Isn't your pavilion owner called Sakagi? Meow, Boss Sakagi is about to leave. So now we are the owners of the pavilion. Come on, boy, release your elf. Goodbye, I won't challenge anymore. Luokan turned his head and left. Ah, are you looking down on us? You have to finish the challenge before you can leave. I haven't had enough of a gym owner's addiction, Musashi said. Luo Chen was speechless and complained, the last sentence is your real purpose. The shameful thing, step back. A figure came out of the dark passage, in a suit and leather shoes, with the aura of a superior, and a cat boss beside him. The Rockets trio stood up straight with a swipe like a mouse that met a cat. Boss Sakagi. Sakagi ignored them, but looked at Luokan lightly. You want to challenge me? Well, yes, I heard that you have a very powerful elf. Luo Chen raised his brows and said. Sakagi looked at Luokan blankly, and the atmosphere was suddenly suppressed. After a long while, he said, yes. Seeing this, the Rockets team hurried to move a chair to Sakagi. Sakagi sat on the chair, stroked the cat boss's hair, looked at Luo Chen and said, I'm in a hurry, 1v1. Can. Luo Chen raised his head slightly, and Jue immediately understood, jumped out of his arms, walked to the arena and stretched, somewhat carelessly. Huh, an elf I've never seen before. Sakagi was a little surprised, but he didn't care too much. Clap. He tapped his hand twice. Come out. Immediately, the sound of heavy and metallic footsteps came, and a humanoid elf in mechanical armor walked out of the dark passage. Li Meng is really swelled. Hurry up and comment in the comment area. I went to find you along the network cable, and then slapped you on the back of the head. I told you not to collect, I told you not to throw flowers, to collect, and to throw flowers. The above is again from a brain-dead author. Ruthless Flirting. Chapter 10. He tapped his hand twice. Come out. Immediately, the sound of heavy and metallic footsteps came, and a humanoid elf in mechanical armor walked out of the dark passage. The head wears an armored helmet, making it difficult to see its appearance. Luokan's eyes flashed, and his heart shuddered. Super Dream. The Eye of Probing. Name, Mewtwo. Consciousness suppressed. Attribute, Super Power. Level, Level 48, Level suppressed. Qualification, Individual, Divine Beast. Ellipsis. The will is suppressed, and the level is also suppressed to level 48. Luokan smiled. If Cheomung is full, he promises to turn around and leave to challenge the full status of Cheomung, that is courting death. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth raised, and he didn't know what he was thinking, revealing an inexplicable meaning. On the playing field. The moment Cheomung appeared, Ninetales felt a dangerous aura, and the momentum on his body changed. Ninetales spread out and kept swaying. A pair of foxes, vertical pupils were extremely dignified, as if they were facing a great enemy. Hey, it's interesting. Looking at Kyuubi's actions, Sakagi crossed Erlang's legs and chuckled lightly. Then he said to Kojira, you come to be the referee. Yes. Kojira ran to the center line of the field and said loudly, Gym challenge rules, 1v1, no change of Pokemon, as long as either side falls or admits defeat, the game will end. He waved the flag in his hand. Start. Although the game started, neither side moved. Luokan was extremely serious. Facing Mewtwo, although he said that the opponent was restrained by the armor, his rash attack was definitely courting death. Sakagi was not in a hurry either, stroking the cat boss in his arms. Meow Meow, who was looking at him, was the one who was envious and jealous, and wanted to kick the cat boss down and replace him with himself. Kurama. Luokan's eyes flashed. The Ninetales moved, with unparalleled speed, turned into a bright red phantom, instantly circled behind Cheomung, raised its claws, and on the claws condensed a 1-foot-long sharp claw made of red energy. He slapped the back of Chao Meng's head ruthlessly, unstoppable, with a power that could shatter gold and stone. Just when he was about to succeed, Sakaji's voice faintly came over, Go. XXX. Suddenly, in the eye sockets of the helmet, the scarlet rays of light rose sharply, as if some kind of wild beast had woken up, and the aura on his body exploded. Ninetales' offensive was interrupted, and her body stagnated strangely in midair, her body still covered with a layer of light blue light. Are you thinking power? Then, under Mewtwo's control, Ninetales' body uncontrollably slammed into the stone pillar on the side with a whistling sound. Ninetales, get rid of it. Mum. Jiwei raised his head and roared. The Ninetales behind him soared, with red energy, shattering the thoughts on his body, and instantly got rid of the shackles of the thoughts, and fell steadily on the ground. At this time, the Ninetales behind Jiwei were a full 1 meter long, and they all rose into the sky, forming an arc fan shape. Remembering that she was almost overcast just now, Ninetales was also a little annoyed, and her eyes were extremely cold. It counterattacked, the Ninetales behind it grew longer, and carried the terrifying power towards Mewtwo. The air exploded with a whirring sound. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Sakagi put down the cat boss and watched it seriously. Boom boom boom. The phantom of the tail spread all over the field, and fell on Mewtwo's body like a violent storm. After a rainstorm of pear blossoms, Kyuubi retracted her tail, panting slightly. Suddenly, a small whirlwind blew up in the smoke dissipated, and Mewtwo's figure reappeared. Luoken's eyes shrank. Under the thunderous blow of the Ninetales just now, Mewtwo was unscathed. At this time, Mewtwo was in a transparent ball of light, and it was this ball of light that protected it. The ball of light dissipated, and Chao Meng stretched out a finger and pointed at the Ninetales. At the fingertip, a white light with the thickness of an arm shot out. Ninetales felt a mortal threat. Jump away. Its Ninetales slapped the ground, and it jumped up due to the shock force, briefly stagnant in midair. Hey Tilda. The white light arrived and hit the ground, and immediately most of the field, extending to the auditorium, turned into ice. The power was terrifying. The gym revealed a cold air. I kept shivering. Meow and Musashi behind Sakagi also widened their eyes. Is this the elf of the boss Sakagi? So strong. As expected of Mewtwo, the terrain changed in an instant. Luoken was also secretly shocked. Today's Mewtwo has had its will suppressed and acted purely by instinct. I really don't know how powerful it is when it is full. But we're not weak, Kurama. In midair, the Ninetales flipped over and landed on the ice. Use the tailed beast Jade with maximum power. Chapter 11. In midair, the Ninetales flipped over and landed on the ice. Use the tailed beast Jade with maximum power. Jiwei raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and the unknown dark matter in the air kept condensing and forming in his mouth. Finally, a dark ball of light the size of a grinding disc appeared in front of Ninetales' mouth. The black ball of light charged towards Mewtwo with unrivaled power. Wherever he passed, the ice surface shattered, the wind swept through, and the mud under the ice surface rolled over to both sides, forcibly plowed out a 1 meter long ravine. Looking at the tailed beast Jade that came on, Mewtwo didn't choose to avoid it. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, and a transparent ball of light appeared around it again to wrap it. Soon, the two collided. Bang! The earth-shattering sound came, the ground shook, and the screeching sound of the collision made the eardrums swell. Where the tailed beast Jade and the transparent ball of light collided, there were several lightning arcs with the thickness of fingers flashing and colliding, which was very terrifying. After a brief stalemate and tug-of-war, the tailed beast Jade has the upper hand. Rao is Cheomung's toes hooked on the ground, but under the terrifying power of the tailed beast Jade, he kept retreating, sliding 2 deep marks on the ground. In the end, it had no way to retreat, and it had already retreated under the auditorium, with the wall behind it. However, its backward trend did not stop, and it kept sliding backwards. Just as Mewtwo was about to crash into the wall, the red light in its eyes burst into a dazzling light, the momentum of its body began to rise, the arms of both hands skyrocketed out of thin air, and its muscles bulged. He abruptly stopped the retreating trend. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. The Eye of Probing. Name, Super Dream. Attribute, Super Power. Level, 50. Ellipsis. Has the level increased? Luokan's mouth showed a smile, and his eyes were full of light. Then let me see where the limit of this armor is. Mewtwo began to fight back. With its hands against the tailed beast Jade, it took a difficult step forward. After one step, its muscles swelled again, its momentum rose, and its level rose to level 51. Then came the second step. Level 52. The third step. Level 54. The fourth step. Level 55. Every time it takes a step forward, its arm will bulge a little, its momentum will rise, and its level will increase by 1. At first every step forward, it went very hard, until it took the fifth step. Boom! The arm rose again, and it doubled directly, but in exchange, the armor on its arm was broken, and it fell into pieces and fell to the ground. And its level has broken through to level 57. Then, Xiaomeng began to push the tailed beast Jade and began to stride forward, and the momentum of the body was still rising, when it was halfway through. Z-bang. Behind the head, the 3 black wires connecting the helmet armor and the body armor exploded with sparks. One of them burned out, and the second one started to smoke. At this time, the Mewtwo level displayed in Luo Chen's mind was level 60. Seeing this, Sakagi, who had always seemed to have everything under his control, changed greatly. His expression was horrified, and he stood up straight from the chair. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Stop, he said this to Mewtwo. At this moment, there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Mewtwo, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Xiaomeng stopped the movement in his hand, the red light in his eyes dissipated and returned to calm, while the tailed beast Jade in his hand rushed to the side, blowing up most of the auditorium. Seeing that Mewtwo still obeyed his orders, he breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his clothes, and regained his indifferent look. What kind of elf are you? Sakagi looked at Luokan with a hint of fear. Luokan's sunburn smiled, the stunted shining 9 tails. Ha ha, Sakagi chuckled lightly, not sure if he believed it or not. Okay, you beat me, this badge is yours, hurry up and leave, we're going to be closed for maintenance. Taking the badge, Luo Chen picked up Juwei, who had lost his strength after using the tailed beast Jade, and turned to leave. Farewell. He stepped out of the gate of the gym, and at the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. Ding! The host will fight against the beast, and you will be rewarded with a golden lottery ticket. Ellipsis. A foreshadowing was buried, which will be of great use later. By the way, there is another thing, let's talk to the handsome players. I will go out later, and I may update it later at night. Chapter 12. Hey, no, how on earth did you vote for the monthly pass? The column of the monthly pass is clearly in a transparent and unselectable state. I feel that I may have played fake Felu. Close black lens bracket. After leaving the Joban gym, Luokan didn't stop and left Joban City. At this time, between Joban City and Nibi City somewhere in the forest, smoke curls up. On the open grass, falling dust cooks lunch on a simple portable boiler. After a while, the aroma was overflowing all around, and the lunch was out of the pot. He divided the food into 4 portions, took out the primary cultivation pill, crushed it and placed it among the 3 portions. Come out. He threw 2 Pokeballs at random, white light flashed, and the circle bear and the little fire dragon appeared on the grass. As soon as they appeared, the aroma was pungent, their noses were slightly wrinkled, and their eyes glowed green. Without Luokan's instructions, the 2 of them were like reincarnations of starving ghosts. They ran to their own rice plates and devoured them, especially Wan Shang, who almost didn't eat all their fingers. Looking at the 2 elves with great appetites, Luo Chen shook his head and laughed dumbly. It seems that the power of the primary cultivation pill is not ordinary. Luokan looked to the side again, with worry in his eyes. It was 9 tails. Ever since Juwei threw the most powerful tailed beast Jade, he lost his strength. It has been a long time, and he is still in a coma. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound sounded, like the sound of shattering shackles. Although it was extremely low-pitched, Luokan could still hear it clearly. The sound came from Nine Wei's body. Crack, kaka. The sound kept ringing, and it got louder and louder. Immediately afterwards, the red energy continued to overflow from Juwei's body, and the momentum of his body kept rising. Ninetales is like an oversized red light bulb. With it as the center, the red energy continuously spreads around. The color in the middle is the brightest red, while the outer ones are pale pink. The momentum was still rising, and a repulsive force began to appear, and Luo Chen had to retreat a few meters with the circle bear and the little fire dragon. Just when the momentum reached its peak, the sleeping Ninetales finally opened her eyes. It stood up, a pair of vertical pupils very bewitching. Mum. With a neigh in the sky, the red energy diffused from the whole body is still recycled, shrinking, and continuously submerging into its body. With the submersion of red energy, the body of the Ninetales is slowly rising and expanding. This process lasted for half an hour. In the end, all the red energy was absorbed by its body. At this time, the nine-tailed body was 2 meters long, with eyes like amber, and 9 tails like a big fan, swaying in the wind, looking very domineering and magical. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having an elf step into the elite, rewarded with a green lottery gray badge. Name: Ninetales, growing period. Property: unknown. XXX. Race: tailed beast. Level: 45, elite. Ellipsis. After experiencing the battle with Mewtwo, Kyuubi also successfully advanced to the elite, from infancy to growth. Moreover, Luo Chen felt that the connection between himself and the Ninetales seemed to be closer. If Luokan still needed to use words or body to command before, then now he can already rely on his thoughts to command. The two have the same mind, and they don't need to use words to direct them. One thought can make the other person understand what they mean. Looking at Juwei, who was extremely handsome, a smile appeared at the corner of Luokan's mouth. Are you hungry? Mum. Juwei ran towards Luokan, and with each step it took, its body would shrink by a point. When it came to Luokan, its body had reverted to the size of a puppy before. He jumped into Luokan's arms and rubbed against him affectionately. Okay, your food has already been prepared for you. With the meal of the 3 elves, the grass became calm again. At this time, Luokan also checked the rewards he got, which were 2 green lottery tickets and 1 golden lottery ticket. System: use the green lottery ticket. The virtual slot machine appears, in green. Items scrolled quickly across the screen, and the speed was dazzling. Luo Chen was looking forward to something good this time. Ellipsis. Chapter 13. System: use the green lottery ticket. The virtual slot machine appears, in green. Items scrolled quickly across the screen, and the speed was dazzling. Luo Chen was looking forward to something good this time. This state lasted for a few seconds, and soon the speed on the screen slowed down and finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a ball of air. A cloud of gas appeared on Luokan's hand, then floated away and disappeared. Luo Chen was a little stunned. A cloud of air, what the hell is this? Can you still get this thing? Everything is possible, should the host continue to smoke. Luo Chen was speechless, slightly aching. Puff. The main event is here. A virtual slot machine appeared, this time in gold. The items on the screen kept scrolling, and finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Stone. Lightning Stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve, with lightning-like patterns. Is it the Thunder Stone? Luo Chen looked at the pale yellow-colored evolution stone in his hand and was a little disappointed. This thing was too tasteless, and he didn't have an elf that needed a Thunder Stone to evolve, so it was completely useless to him. Wait, can you evolve an elf with a Thunder Stone? Luokan showed a playful smile. The next time you see Xiaoji, you can give him the Thunder Stone. His heart: there are some expectations. The skin god who has not changed for thousands of years. I don't know if it will evolve into Raichu. Put away the Thunder Stone. System, also use the remaining lottery ticket. The virtual golden slot machine appeared again, and the items flew and rolled. After a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Blood Potion. Blood Pharmacy, it can break the shackles on the blood of some elf and restore its power. Bloodline Medicine. What are you doing? Looking at the small purple bottle in his hand, Luo Chen was a little puzzled, and his luck was a little weak today. The 3 lottery draws were all things that were of no use to him. Depressed, he put the blood potion into his backpack. At this time, the Ninetales and the others had already had enough to eat and drink. They packed up their things, put the ring bear and the little fire dragon back into the Pokeball, and carried the Ninetales on their backs, and Luo Chen continued to move towards Nibi City. Ellipsis. In the evening, the sun converged with dazzling rays of light, and the night began to pull down. The clouds in the sky lingered with the brilliance of the setting sun. On the outskirts of Nibi City, a young man came. The wind was blowing, and there was a little fox dozing on his head. When the dusk shone, his already bright red complexion became even more intense. The shadow of the boy was drawn down very long in the evening. Luochen walked into Nibi City and let out a sigh of turbidity. It's really not easy, it's finally here. The first thing he did when he came to Nibi City was to open a room in the hotel and then sleep with his head covered. She was too sleepy. After saving Pishin last night, she was dragged by Xiaoji and fought again, and she didn't sleep all night. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. In his sleep, Luochen felt his stomach growl, opened his eyes in a daze, brushed his teeth, and then prepared to go out to eat. Luochen opened his eyes with sullen eyes, and looked like he didn't wake up. He opened the door and walked out. Suddenly, a fragrant wind hits. Oops. Luochen collided with a girl. Sorry, are you alright? Luo Chen felt a little embarrassed, and reached out to the girl who was knocked to the ground by him. After the girl got up, she hurriedly waved her hand to Luochen. Her voice was very soft and pleasant. No, it's all my fault, I ran too fast and bumped into you. Only then did Luochen see her face clearly. He was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't believe it. How could she be in Kanto? The transition chapter of this chapter is a little slow to write. Handsome guys, guess who this girl is? Guess today add more. Chapter 14. Haha, the handsome guys guessed wrong. Sharona and the others didn't appear so soon, it's too early. I locked the word count just now, and it's only coming out now, sorry for the late update. Close black lens bracket. The girl is wearing a beige dress, with golden and smooth hair, her eyes are light green like emeralds, a beautiful nose, and a small and crystal mouth. At this time, she was feeling embarrassed for knocking Luo Chen down, her cheeks were slightly dizzy, and 2 red clouds floated over her goose egg-like face. Like Luochen above the 9 heavens. This girl is none other than Lillie, the heroine of Pokemon Sun, Moon, who was very popular as soon as she appeared on the stage. She is known as the Encyclopedia of Pokemon. She especially likes to read. She is familiar with the information about Pokemon and loves it very much. Elf. But it is a pity that, for some unknown reason, although she loves the elf very much, she cannot get close to the elf. Once she gets close to the elf, she will feel very uncomfortable. Looking at her, Luochen is now incomparably confused, with black question marks all over his face. Shouldn't Lillie be in the Alola area? Ooey, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Lillie apologized again. I'm fine, it's me who doesn't see the way, it's none of your business. No. Just when she was about to say something, Luochen reached out and interrupted her. Hello, Luochen. Lillie was stunned for a moment, and stretched out her hand. Hello, my name is Lillie. Lillie looked at Luochen's appearance and asked, are you going to eat? That's great, I'm going to dinner too, let me invite you to dinner as an apology for knocking you down. No need. It's okay, let's go. Lillie urged. In the end, Lu Chen couldn't beat her, he sighed, and he would pay for it later. Soon, the two came to the hotel's dining place. randomly found a table and sat down. The sommelier came up with the menu. The two casually ordered some dishes. Ellipsis. While the two were having a meal, 4 people came in at the entrance of the hotel. They were wearing the same uniforms, and there was a pattern of a pokeball on their cuffs. They sat down at a table next to Luo Chen. When they were sitting down, one of them saw Lillie and immediately turned his head and said something to the others. Immediately, they all turned their heads to look at Lillie, with playfulness in their eyes. Yo-Yo, isn't this the eldest lady from the Alola region? One of them, Kilmat, with dyed blue hair, spoke up. I heard that you wanted to go to our Pokemon Academy, but we were rejected by our vice president. Another humane said, yes, I also heard that the vice president seems to have said to her, "One comes people from barbarian lands who can't touch elves are not eligible to come to our school." Ha ha ha, yes, even the elf dare not approach. What qualifications do you have to come to our academy? You must know that the people in our academy are all elites. You can directly participate in the league's competition after graduation. You don't need to be like those garbage trainers. Same, work hard to collect badges. Listening to the piercing ridicule, Luo Chen's face was expressionless. Lillie, are they all true? No, Lillie hesitated. Seeing this, Luochen knew what was going on, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He had also heard about the Pokemon Academy. The students in it were all children of the rich and aristocratic. They were recognized by the Alliance. As soon as they graduated, they had 8 badges by default, and they could directly participate in the Alliance competition. Variety of colors. Lillie is really popular. It is said that she had a book not long after she appeared on the stage. As for what the book is, the old driver just understand, don't teach bad children. Chapter 15. Luochen never imagined that the vice president of an academy could say such a thing to a girl. The Alola area is indeed very primitive. It was built on the archipelago. This area has just been established, and the Alliance's hand has not yet reached there, so there is no gym in this area, only the islands tour, a total of 4 islands and an artificial there is a guardian beast living on the 4 islands. At the same time, the Alola area is also the most friendly area with elves. There are many elves whose shapes have changed greatly due to environmental isolation. The people there believe that humans should get along with elves. Although primitive, the Alola region is definitely not a barbarian land. Luochen sneered, the land of barbarians, the weakest Kanto region in the Alliance, finally found a sense of superiority. At this time, the other side saw that Lillie didn't even care about themselves. They felt that they were being ignored, and they were a little annoyed. One of them picked up a stone from the vase on the side and threw it over. Hey, barbarian. People from here, tell me what you think. PFF'd. The stone fell into the soup pot, the soup splashed up, and dust all over the face. Luochen paused for a while, said nothing, took out a handkerchief and first helped Lillie wipe the soup on her hair. Then he wiped off his face. XXX. Gently stuffing the handkerchief back into his pocket, he stood up. Don't go. Lillie pulled on his sleeve, looking very helpless. It's okay. Luo Chen patted her hand and said softly. Boy, who are you? The man with dyed blue hair said. I am the trash trainer you said that you have to work hard to collect badges. Ha ha. A burst of laughter sounded. Then why did you come here? The blue hair looked at Luo Chen with disdain. Oh, me. Luo Chen showed a bright smile and walked forward. Then, in the next second, the style of painting changed suddenly. Luo Chen grabbed his hair violently, and slammed heavily on the table. Boom. The face collided violently with the table, and then bounced back. The 2 front teeth flew up, and the nose was bleeding. I didn't want to do anything, I just wanted to hit someone. Luo Chen pressed Blue Killer's face on the table, squinted at the other 3, and said lightly. There was a brief silence in the scene, and then they all reacted and were furious. You are courting death. Several people rushed up instantly. But they were pampered and pampered, how could they be Luo Chen's opponents? and they all lay on the ground and wailed in less than a minute. Looking at them, their faces were as frosty as frost, and they read and read stupidly, reading stupid people who didn't know the etiquette and inferiority, and read the sense of superiority. If you dare to hit us, our dean will not let you go. The blue-haired boy at the beginning shouted while covering his leaking mouth. Luokan kicked him. Where is your school? Blue Kill Matt named a place name. Between Wallan City and Jungwei Pagoda. Well, I won't challenge the gyms in Nibi City and Wallan City. Let me see what a group of brain-dead people look like. Lead the way. Luokan kicked again. There is no need to be polite to such a brainless thing. Then Luo Chen directly pulled Lillie, who was dumbfounded by the side, and said domineeringly, "Let's go, I'll take you to play." Although Uexia, Xiaoyao Shangge, *, David and several other handsome then guessed wrong *, but still thanks a lot. I will add another chapter for the 4 of you tomorrow, thank you for your support. The above is a rant from a brain-dead author. Chapter 16. The number of words is locked, and I can't stop writing. I just came out of the little dark room now, and the next update will be here soon. Close black lens bracket. I paid the money. When he walked to the hotel's gate, Luo Chen said to lan-haired Matt. We haven't got anything yet. With his leaky mouth open, he said timidly. We ordered it. But, that's what you eat. Do you have an opinion? Luo Chen looked at him with his lower eyelids, and said lightly. Blue hair kills Matt, shrinking his neck, feeling very aggrieved, he gritted his teeth and paid the money. He walked out of the hotel, went to the elf rental office, and picked out 3 writable giants. Pay. Nay. Lillie tugged at Luokan's sleeve, a little embarrassed. I can't get close to the elf. Luokan patted his forehead, sweating a little. How could he forget this? Finally, they rented a hot air balloon. The flames ignited, the hot air rose, and the hot air balloon rose, heading towards the Pokemon Academy. High in the sky. The blue-haired killing Matt stayed in the other corner of the hot air balloon, avoiding the falling dust far away. At this moment, he was looking down at his toes. His face was expressionless and he didn't say a word, but through the deep resentment hidden in his eyes, he knew that his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. Luo Chen stood at the other corner, leaning against the inner wall of the hot air balloon, holding his hands and looking at the boy who killed Matt, jokingly said, "Aren't you going to do it yet?" What? He raised his head and looked at Luokan, pretending to be calm. Luokan raised his hand, tilted his head and said meaningfully, "Your hand has been behind you since just now, right? Well, let me guess, you should be holding a Pokeball in your hand now, and now it is high in the sky. If you want to do something to me, it should be a writable elf of the flying type." Killing Matt was horrified. 2 drops of cold sweat flowed from his cheeks. He actually guessed all of them, and he looked at Luokan in disbelief. How did you find out? As an arrogant, brain dead, I don't think you will obey, and you are a little too calm. This little trick can be seen through by everyone, and you have no acting skills at all. You live up to the title of brain dead. Hearing this, Kill Matt's face turned blue and red, and when someone saw it through, he became a little embarrassed and angry. This is what you asked for. He threw a Pokeball, white light flashed, and a giant bird appeared. He jumped back and rode on it. Bidiao, peck out the hot air balloon. Eagle spread his wings and pecked at the hot air balloon with his long sharp beak. The blue-haired killing Matt showed excitement. Just when he was about to succeed, Bidiao suddenly stopped in the air. His body was shaking non-stop, as if he saw some kind of giant beast. He was too scared to move. Bidio, what's the matter with you? Killing Matt was a little annoyed, but in the next second, his eyes instantly shrank to a point, and he was sweating coldly. A bright red little fox with 9 tails appeared on Bidiao's back. A tail of this little fox was stretched out, wrapping around the neck of Bidiao, and a pair of strange vertical pupils stared at him coldly. Compare the eagle, throw it off. He gave orders to Bidiao, his voice trembling. However, the ice sculpture didn't listen to him. and there was a low cooing sound in his throat, as if he was swallowing saliva. Kurama, let it fly down. The sound of falling dust came from the hot air balloon unhurriedly. Mum! Jiwei shouted at Bai Diao, who didn't dare to neglect for a second, and quickly spread his wings and flew down, parallel to Luo Chen. Chapter 17. Second update. Next update soon. Close black lens bracket. Is this your backhand? Yes, it's directly proportional to your IQ, it's all very ridiculous. Luokan looked at him coldly. If he had succeeded just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the hot air balloon is equipped with a buffer device, it will not cause death if it falls, but at least it will have to lie in the hospital for a few months. Luokan does not intend to do so. Simply let him go. Kurama, get him down. Ninetails slapped the tail, killing Matt fell into the hot air balloon, and fell a dog to eat shit. Luo Chen took a rope from the side and stepped on his stomach. Severe pain came, killing Matt curled up, losing the ability to resist. Luokan directly tied his feet with ropes. What are you doing? Kill Matt roared bitterly. Let you experience the roller coaster. Luo Chen tied the other end of the rope to Bai Diao's feet. Kurama, tell Bai Diao to use all the most difficult movements when flying, otherwise it will know what the consequences are. Then, Jiwei turned his head and said something to Bai Diao. Bai Diao's feathers exploded in an instant, and he was terrified and nodded again and again. No, 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 no. Bai Diao ignored his master's shrill screams and flew him into the sky. There will be a rapid descent for a while, a rapid rise for a while, and a spiral flip. All kinds of difficult movements have come in one set. The screams filled the sky, one wave after another. Lillie felt a little sympathetic, but remembering what he had done before, she wrinkled her nose and said, deserving it. Soon after, they finally came to the sky above the Pokemon Academy. The hot air balloon slowly descended to the open space of the academy. At this time, there were many students in the open space, and they felt a little puzzled when they saw the falling hot air balloon. Bai Diao also landed on the ground. Killing Matt had already fainted from fright under many difficult movements, and an unpleasant smell was faintly emitted from his crotch. That looks like Shirogi-senpai. It seems to be true. What happened? There were students who vaguely recognized the identity of the blue-haired killer, and there were discussions. Luokan took Lillie down from the hot air balloon, attracting everyone's attention. Then looking at the many students, he deeply took a breath and sank into Dantian. The people at the Pokemon Academy are rubbish, and they will fight if they refuse to accept it. The sound resounded and spread all around. The scene fell into a strange dead silence for a while, and everyone was seized, dumbfounded. After a few seconds, someone finally came back to his senses, digging his ears, as if he had heard it wrong. Boy, what did you just say? Huh, didn't you hear clearly? Then I'll say it again. Luokan took a deep breath again, made a trumpet shape with his hands, and shouted, I said. The people in the Pokemon Academy are all hot chickens, and the vice president is a fighting chicken among the hot chickens, and they will fight if they refuse to accept it. The voice came again, resounding through the sky. How courageous. At this moment, they finally came back to their senses, and they were all furious. Boy, dare to insult our Pokemon Academy and our vice president. A person stood up and stared at Luo Chen viciously. Who are you? A trainer. The kind of garbage trainer who needs to challenge gyms to collect badges. Hearing such idiot-like remarks again, Luo Chen felt very amused. He felt that the students in this school were all living in dreams, idiots who only knew theoretical knowledge and had no actual combat experience. Luo Chen didn't say anything to them anymore at the moment. I've already told you to fight, don't make a fuss. Chapter 18. XXX. Then let you see the power of our Pokemon Academy students. He threw a Pokeball, and a mosquito coil tadpole appeared. Luo Chen raised his eyelids. Too weak. Ninetails and One-Tail flicked over, and the mosquito coil tadpole lost consciousness. Yes, damn it. Immediately after, a few more people released the elf, but they were suppressed by 9 tails and 1 tails. You guys are too weak, forget it, release your little elves, let's all go together. Okay, this is what you asked for yourself, not for us to bully the less. In the clearing, white light continued to shine, and soon, little elves almost filled the clearing. Let's go. Immediately, the little elves who were directing themselves rushed towards Luo Chen in a swarm. Kurama. 9 tails lightly jumped to the ground. Luo Chen took out 2 Pokeballs and threw them up. Circle Bear and Little Fire Dragon appeared. Luoken showed a smile. Come on, it's time to abuse the vegetables. Boom boom boom. The two collided. As if there was no one, the Circle Bear went deep into the enemy's headquarters, constantly shooting out destruction and death light from its mouth, and set up a mobile fort. Every time it bombed, it could blow up a bunch of elves. The 9 tails are like patrolling their own territory. They are not in a hurry or slow, strolling in the courtyard, the 9 tails behind them keep waving, and they can sweep away thousands of troops every time, like harvesting wheat, smashing a group of elves. The smartest is the Little Fire Dragon. This guy follows behind the 2 big guys in front. When he sees the half-crippled but not unconscious little elf, he goes up and fills up with a jet of flame, and his level rises. In less than a few minutes, except for the 3 9 tails, there were no elves standing at the scene, all of them were lying on the ground, their eyes rolling in circles. The 3 elves directly crushed the audience with an invincible attitude, and they were still unscathed. How is this possible? This scene deeply shocked everyone at the scene, which is not at the same level at all. Even Lillie looked at Luoken with deep admiration. Ellipsis. Who is arrogant in our school? At this moment, a voice came. The people at the scene seemed to have found their backbone. Miss Yuto and the seniors are here. They all parted ways. A very capable girl walked in with a group of people and said coldly, "Are you smashing our school grounds?" After she finished speaking, she threw an elf ball, and an elf with a bone appeared at her feet. Gala, quack. Luoken looked at the elf and chuckled lightly. Yuto Sunday snorted coldly, without any unnecessary nonsense. He directly ordered, "Quack, quack, bone boomerang." Gala threw the bones in her hands with all her might, and the bones spun rapidly, like the leaves of a fan with the highest gear on, smashing them towards Jue. 9 tails looked indifferent, and when it was about to hit him, it wobbled its tail lazily. Immediately, one of the tails stretched out and grabbed the bones that were still spinning at high speed. What? Yuto Sunday was taken aback for a moment, but the next scene made her even more shocked. I saw Jue's tail wrapped around the bone, tightening slightly. Crack. The bone was broken into 2 pieces. Impossible. Yuto Sunday was horrified. You must know that this bone is a weapon of Gala, how could it be broken so easily? 9 tails ignored it, and waved another tail, with a whistling sound, and twitched her head. Everything was done in a flash. When the others came to their senses, half of Gala's body had already been photographed underground, and there were circles in her eyes. Looking at the unconscious Gala, Yuto Sunda was lost for a while, and his expression was a little dazed. It's still weak, it's the old rules, let's go together. The seniors threw the Pokeball. Big Rock Snake. The King of Mountains. Wrist Strength. Giant Claw Crab. Finally, there are some people with decent strength. But it's not the same. The 2 sides scuffled together again. No, they were crushed one-sidedly again. A few minutes later, the fairies that appeared just now were all lying on the ground again. Luoken raised his chin. Take it away, next one. For a while, everyone looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, but no one dared to go up. The people present were not stupid. Looking at the many elves lying on the ground, they knew that the 2 were not on the same level at all. There were hundreds of people present, but Luo Chen alone suppressed them, making them lose their temper at all. No one dares to come. Then call your vice principal out. Fallen Dust said lightly. No, I'm already here. In the distance, an old man and an old woman came over with two people. Oh, did someone who could teach a group of brain-dead people finally appear? Chapter 19. Huh, it's him. This sentence sounded in the minds of the two young people behind the old man and the old woman almost at the same time. The only difference was that one had a surprised tone and the other gritted his teeth. Looking at the two people behind them, Luo Chen was slightly taken aback. Acquaintances. These two are none other than the rich second-generation Luokan met in the forest before, and a girl named Mia. President, Vice President. The students part ways. The old woman saw Lillie standing behind Luokan for the first time, and then she stared at her. Her voice was like a prostitute, and sneered. Why are you still here from the barbarian land? I didn't say that our school is not. Could it be from you? Finally seeing the face of the deputy dean, Luokan's eyes turned cold, but he was not polite at the moment. It's none of your business. Laugh at your sister, and don't look at your skin folds that can catch flies, it's disgusting. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Damn poor ghost, in what tone are you talking to my grandma? The second generation of rich stood up and pointed at Luokan's nose. Don't think that it's amazing that you accidentally conquered a good circle bear. If you're not happy to fight, don't make a fuss. Luo Chen choked. No wonder this rich second generation is so brainless. It turns out that there is an even more brainless grandma. Fu Dai looked at the huge Wanwan bear, and then looked at the many fallen elves at the scene, and was stunned. The old man next to her stood up helplessly, frowning at the many fallen elves around her. I'm the dean of this school, and my surname is Yutang. I don't know why your little friend came to our school. Luokan shrugged. As you can see, come and play. Why do you do this? Has our school offended you? When I was in Nibi City, 4 students from your school came to pick something up, and they were beaten by me. After the beating, they shouted that their school would not let me go. There was a faint mockery on the corner of Luokan's mouth, and he looked at the old woman beside him. So let me see who is actually able to teach this kind of mental retardation. You. What are you? Don't your school think that the students of the Pokemon Academy are all elites? Don't you think that the trainers who rely on gyms to get badges are all garbage? Today, I am here to challenge your whole school to see who is the trash. The two of them had a dark face, and they were both ordered to fight at the door of the house. They must win him today, otherwise the reputation of the school will be severely damaged, but their school really doesn't have any outstanding characters right now, even the most powerful ones. The senior students were beaten up. The old woman narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly. As long as it's from our school. That's right. She showed a cold smile. Then I'll fight you. Dean Yuto next to him was taken aback for a moment. Vice Dean Aoki, this is a matter between the juniors, we shouldn't take action. Didn't he say it himself, as long as it's from our school? But, Dean Yuto frowned and hesitated. Luokan clasped his hands and ignored it. Oh, do you want to do it yourself? Dean, the dean also played together. Hey, hurry up if you want to shoot, I'm in a hurry. The old woman snorted coldly and threw a Pokeball. Duck-billed flame beast. Name, platypus carrying lava amplifier. Attribute, fire. Level 57, quasi-king. Qualification, king of heaven. Ellipsis. Does the old lady still have this thing? Fallen was a little surprised. The duck-billed fire beast is a special evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. It must carry a lava amplifier to evolve to this shape. A level 57 quasi-king. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from the platypus flame beast, Luo Chen smiled. This opponent is not bad, he can play a game. Kurama. Ninetales walked to the arena. A pair of vertical pupils stared at the platypus. It also became serious, and finally a little elf who could play a dozen of them came. Kurama, use your strongest state. Juwei nodded, stood up, his body was swelling, and soon, it swelled to a size of 2 meters. The Ninetales behind him swayed in the wind like a fan. Very extraordinary. Ellipsis. The two little elves looked at each other from a distance, their needles pointed at maiming, their auras rose, and they confronted each other. Duck-billed flaming beast, it's a sunny day. XXX. The old woman spoke. The duck-billed flame beast roared into the sky, and a flame flew into the air and exploded suddenly. The sun's light suddenly became fierce, and the hot and spicy sunlight shone on the platypus. The flame on its body suddenly burned fiercely, jumping up a lot, and a pair of eyes burned like flames. Smoke. The platypus raised his bazooka-like left arm, the flame on his arm fluctuated, and thick black smoke spewed out of its left arm, covering the entire arena, making it invisible. Situation inside. Flaming fist. In the thick fog, the right hand of the platypus flaming beast suddenly burst into flames, with a strong red light, and the entire fist seemed to be made of magma. The old woman's fighting consciousness is still good. Da Qingtian enhances the power of fire-type skills, smoke controls the battlefield, and flame fists kill the enemy. One increase, one defense, and one attack are simply a perfect match. Zhang is really old and hot. With his actual combat experience, this combo is a surefire hit. But, as always, it's a coincidence. Do you think it's useful to block your sight? Luo Chen chuckled. Kurama, catch him. In the thick smoke, Juwei's pair of vertical pupils emitted a strange red light, and it accurately saw the figure of the platypus. Whizzing. The two tails behind him jumped out, stirring the airflow changed, and a strong wind swirled at the scene, blowing away the dense fog. The tail is like an arrow off the string, wrapping around the right wrist of the platypus. Not good. The old woman's face changed. Shadow clone. The duck-billed flame beast shook its body slightly, and instantly transformed into countless figures distributed on the arena. And the 9 tails also responded quickly, all the tails spread out and swept away towards these shadow clones. The efficiency of the 9 tails moving in unison is very fast, and the shadow clones on the field dissipate in large areas. Soon, a scream came, and the true body of the platypus was found, and it was swept into the air by the 9-tailed whip. The tail quickly followed, wrapped around its feet, and hung upside down. He slammed it hard on the ground. Boom. The voice was very loud, and another hole appeared on the ground. The platypus stood up with a little difficulty, and was very embarrassed. The old woman's face was so gloomy that she could drip water. I didn't expect that the fatal combo just now didn't even touch the opponent's body, but she was countered by the opponent. She scolded inwardly, where the hell did this kid come from? His elf is also very difficult to deal with, and the 9 tails are simply incomprehensible. It looks like you can't fight it in close combat. Big character explosion. The flame on the platypus rose, the left arm's bazooka-like barrel was facing the 9 tails, and a suction force suddenly rose from the hollow barrel, sucking all the heat out of the air, and more than that. The flames on his body kept surging and condensing into the barrel of his gun. It was blazing hot and terrifyingly red. The big character explosion was one of the must-kill skills of the platypus, and this platypus also possessed the quasi-king elf of the lava amplifier, coupled with the blessing of a sunny day, combined with all the conditions, its power is extremely terrifying. When the flame in the barrel almost turned into reality, the platypus finally moved. With a loud roar, all the flames in the cannon barrel spewed out, forming a huge, big, character in the air, and then galloped towards the 9 tails. Oh, a long-range attack. Unfortunately, Watwi Kurama is best at his long-range attack, against waves. Let's see whose waves are the most powerful. Luokan said lightly, Kurama Tail Beast Jade. Kyubi opened his mouth, black unknown substance condensed in front of his mouth, and soon a dark ball of light the size of a grinding disc slammed into the big characters. The two collided on the midline of the arena. The tailed beast Jade did not stop at all, and directly pushed forward with big characters. There is no so-called tug of war or stalemate, just one-sided crushing. The gap between the two is too great. The tailed beast Jade kept pushing the big characters forward, and finally collided with the platypus. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, and a small mushroom cloud was pulled up from the flat bottom and expanded towards the universe. The scene was terrifying. In an instant, the rays of light were dazzling, the wind was strong, and the scorching heat wave made people have to retreat dozens of meters. This state lasted for more than half a minute before becoming calm. Soon, the thick fog dissipated. Looking at the situation on the field, everyone's eyes narrowed and they took a breath of cold air. The arena no longer exists, and to be precise, it is no longer complete. There was an extra pit on the field, which directly covered nearly 1/3 of the playing field. Looking at the duck-billed flaming beast that was blown away more than 10 meters away, the old woman lost her soul, as if the sky had collapsed. Her eyes were blank. I lost. Lost to someone about the age of my grandson. She couldn't accept the result. But Luokan didn't care whether he accepted it or not. He walked over and said, "How? Do you have any other tricks? Who is the trash?" The old woman's face turned blue and red. Now that there are so many students here, she can't be fooled. She reluctantly squeezed a word out of her teeth. I. Then she stared at Luokan. Is that all right? Not enough. I have to apologize to Lillie, or I will come every day from tomorrow onwards. To be forced to do this by a junior, the old woman was very sad and angry. Her eyes were full of anger. She squeezed a word out of her teeth again, turned to Lillie, and said, "I'm sorry. Lillie, let's go." Luokan took Lillie and turned to leave. His back figure began to grow taller in the minds of many students, like an insurmountable wall. One person singled out one school, all the way through to the end. No one is his opponent. It is simply synonymous with invincibility. The student's mood cannot be calm for a long time. The impact of today's scene on them is too great. Let them know. The trainer is not rubbish, but very strong, so strong that he can crush his own school with one person. The old woman by the side was also shameless at this moment. She took the rich second generation behind her and strode away, with hatred in her eyes and a hideous face. This is not over. Chapter 20. Pokemon Academy, Office of the Deputy Dean. The old woman slammed the door shut. She was sitting on a chair, her face so gloomy that water could drip. She said to her grandson, "Fu or die, Shaoli, have you seen that kid before? I saw him in the forest 2 days ago. Give me a detailed description of the process of your meeting with him." Fu or die did as he did, and told everything that happened after seeing the dust. Wait, are you saying that he used ordinary food eaten by humans to attract a Wanjuan bear, and that Wanquan bear actively followed him? Then he also attracted your little sea lion and Ibrahimovic. The old woman stood up from the chair with a swoosh. A lot of thoughts ran through her mind. Her eyes were a little suspicious. Let's go back to the family. Ellipsis. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side, and on the other side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the achievement, the Terminator of the Academy. A golden lottery ticket will be awarded. Feeling the news that appeared in his mind, Luokan smiled, abused the dishes, and earned a lottery ticket along the way. He and Lillie came to a small elf center. The circle bear and the little fire dragon need to recover their stamina. As for the 9 tails, they don't need it. This guy doesn't consume much stamina at all. Hand the Pokeball to Joey. It takes a certain amount of time to recover your stamina. The two sat on the bench and waited. Lillie, what are your plans next? Luo Chen looked at the incredibly beautiful girl beside him and asked. Me. Yesterday I had a phone call with the housekeeper, and he brought me good news. Dr. Naruya Ogi from the Alola region is going to build a Pokemon Academy on Melamel Island, so I'm going back to the Alola region. She smiled. It is said that Dr. Ogi Naruya and your Dr. Ogi from the Kanto region are still cousins. Hearing this, Luokan said again, the reason why you want to go to Pokemon school is because you can't get close to Pokemon, but you love Pokemon very much, and you want to know more about Pokemon, so you thought about going to Pokemon. Did you go to school, baby? Lily's eyes dimmed a little, she nodded. That's good, you don't have to go back, just follow me on a trip. She raised her head, stunned for a moment. Luokan looked at her dreamy pale green eyes and said seriously, come on a trip with me. You will learn more about elves. Elves live in the wild, and you want to know more deeply. Traveling is the best way. On the way, you can see all kinds of elves that are not seen in books and schools, and even, if you are lucky, you can see some legendary elves. Practice brings true knowledge. What school learns is the theoretical knowledge in textbooks. Only by seeing and observing it can you truly understand the elf. Also, after you've seen and learned more about elves, maybe your illness that couldn't be close to the elves will be cured. After listening to Luo Chen saying so much, Lilia hesitated and was a little undecided. To be honest, she was really moved. But my heart is very tangled. Luokan didn't rush, just looked at her quietly. After a long time, Lily's frown loosened, as if she had made a decision in her heart. Yes, the wild is the paradise of elves. Only in the wild can you see more different types and strange elves, and only in the wild can you accurately know their living habits. Thinking of this, she showed a sweet smile and reached out to Luokan. Then please take care of me from now on. Luokan smiled, very brightly, please take care of me. Chapter 21. Soon, the stamina of the circle bear and the little fire dragon recovered. Luo Chen took the pokeball from Joey's hand, thanked him, and left. After he and Lily bought some daily necessities in the city, they set out on the journey. As for the Rock System Gymnasium in Nibi City and the Water System Gymnasium in Wallen City, Luokan is not going to go back to fight. After shopping, the two left the city. Soon, it's past noon. Somewhere in the forest, it was lush, and the big trees and rattans were intertwined with each other, like a large net covered with layers of layers, and it was also very similar to the dark green seabed. The sunlight passed through the gaps between the leaves, forming little spots on the ground. All kinds of elves jumped among the tree trunks. At this time, next to an open space, the smoke from the cooking rose, and two people were cooking lunch there. It was Luokan and Lily. But it's not just the two of them here, in places they can't see. In a bush not far away, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at them. Good chance, the little devil has let down his guard, and the little elf is also taking a nap under the tree. Let's act quickly. That's right, act quickly, grab the little elf, and give it to the boss. Meow, when the time comes, you can get a promotion and a salary increase, and lie in the boss's arms in place of the cat boss. That's right, you can buy clothes that you can't wear out. You can go to a high-end restaurant every day to dine. The 3 of them imagined the scene of living a good life in their minds, like a pig brother. The 3 wiped the saliva from the corners of their mouths. Meow meow, let's catch the red fox and give it to the boss for promotion and salary increase. Clear. Meow meow took out a robotic arm from behind her. It's up to him. We spent a month's change to make a retractable arm, which is made of top-quality materials and is very tough. It aimed its retractable arm at the 9 tails, and then, launched. With a bang, his arms stretched out sharply and grabbed towards Kyubi. Under the tree, the dozing 9-tailed ears twitched slightly, raised his eyelids, looked at the robotic arm that flew in front of his face, yawned, and raised his paw. The robotic arm fell apart. In the bushes, Musashi and Kojiro mechanically turned their heads to look at Meow Meow. This is really made of top-quality materials. You don't buy fake materials, right? Meow Meow also said dumbly, I feel I may have really bought fake materials. Then there's no other way, we'll start Plan B. Meow Meow took out a remote control and pressed the switch. Boom. The ground shook slightly. A giant Meow Meow robot drove over. This is a robot made with our 1 year's food expenses, Meow Meow I. The 3 got on board. The robot slowly drove to Luo Chen. Who are you? Looking at the Meow Meow robot, Luokan had a bad premonition and thought of 3 mental retardations. Whoosh. The cockpit opened, and a person jumped off. Since you ask the question sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully. To prevent. Damn it, it's really the three of you. Luo Chen was stunned, his hunch was right. Hey, kid, it's been 2 times, you've interrupted us twice, can't you just let us finish our lines? Meow, that is, I haven't read my lines yet. Meow meow, who can talk? Lillie on the side was very startled when she saw that Meow Meow actually spoke. Who are Luokan? Ah, 3 mentally retarded, don't pay attention to them. Luokan felt a little pained. Why are you all here? Shouldn't these 3 mentally retarded follow stupid things? Because Mao is here. Kojiro pointed to the 9 tails on the side. Our goal is it, hand it over, don't force us to do it. Fallen Chen is so dumbfounded. Damn it, this script is wrong, shouldn't your target be Pikachu? The corners of his mouth twitched, as if he was in a big trouble. Chapter 22. The mentally retarded trio returned to the robot's cockpit and controlled the robot. Boy, hand over that little elf to me quickly. The 3 of them controlled the robot. The robot's palm was a super large electric drill. At this moment, it was spinning like a spinning top and smashed towards the 9 tails. Kurama, remove it. Whoosh. Kyuubi's tail moved, wrapped around the robot's arm, and then pulled it hard. A spark burst from the robot's shoulder, and the entire arm was removed. Then the right hand, then the 2 legs. In a few seconds, the Meow Meow robot became a human stick, with only 1 body left. The robot without the support of its legs fell straight to the ground. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Eye Guru rolled out of the cockpit. Just when Luokan was about to tell Jue to fly them away, and then listen to their most famous mantra, what a disgusting feeling. The 3 of them suddenly burst into tears. Our food bill for a year is gone. Luokan was stunned. Damn it, no, I didn't rob you of your money. This robot was made with our food expenses for a year. Now it's gone, and it was dismantled by you. He turned his head to look at the fact that he had no other weapon except an electric drill, and he didn't even spray paint on his body, and there were also old and dead wheels that he got from somewhere. Luo Chen couldn't believe it. Are you sure this robot cost you all? Made from 1 year's food expenses. In order to capture your stunted glittering 9-tailed, we have already made a sacrifice. Hearing this, Luo Chen didn't know where to complain for a while. I want to ask, how much do you have for a year? Food expenses. Meow Meow sobbed. Meow, we only have food a year. How many did you say? Cough, cough. Luokan almost didn't catch his breath. For a year, the 3 people's food costs RMB 100, which is unusually poor. 10,000 yuan a year, on average, 9 yuan per person a day. Luokan suddenly became curious how the 3 of them lived on 10,000 yuan for a year. Are you treated so badly by the rockets? We are still non-staff with no treatment. Now the money is earned by us working part-time. Now we don't have a cent. Fallen dust. Suddenly I feel that they are so miserable. Forget it, let's not beat them up. Looking at the 3 of them, an idea popped into Luokan's mind. It just so happened that he had a plan to implement recently, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate. Through the original anime, he also knew that the character of the Rockets trio was okay. He looked at the trio and said, "Quit the Rockets and hang out with me. You are not a full member of the Rockets anyway." Clam. They were stunned. Little devil, don't you have a fever? What capital do you have? Capital. Luokan chuckled lightly, walked to the side with a bowl of rice, and put it in front of them. This is capital. Little devil, are you not stupid? Luo Chen smiled without saying a word. At this moment, Meow Meow on the side suddenly had green eyes. She rushed over and swallowed the rice with her hands. Meow, delicious, delicious, so delicious. Hey, Meow Meow, what are you doing? Isn't it just a bowl of rice? Meow Meow licked her mouth still. This is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. It's 100 times better than the top elf food I've tasted a few years ago. Chapter 23. You're reincarnated by a starving ghost, it's useless. Musashi dragged Meow Meow over. Kojiro, who was beside him, didn't speak. Thinking back on the scene just now, he thought of something deeper. He had known Meow Meow for so long, and he understood Meow Meow's personality. Kojiro raised his head and looked at Luokan. How did you do it? Approval flashed in Luokan's eyes. As expected of the young master of the Sasaki family, you can see the essence of the matter at a glance. How do you know my identity? Kojiro narrowed his eyes. Luokan didn't answer, took out a dark ball, and said to himself, basic cultivation pill, grind it into powder, put it in any kind of food, it will make the elves fall in love with its taste, and it contains the nutrients are no worse than top elf food, and it also has a certain healing effect. Any kind of food. Kojiro was horrified. That's right, any kind, even white rice. As for the effect, you've seen it just now. Recently, I have a plan, which is to add the food with primary cultivation dan to make elf food and sell it to the market. Hearing this, Kojiro can already predict the level of popularity at that time. Why did you find us? No reason, it's pleasing to your eyes. Aren't you afraid that we will betray you? I'm not afraid. Of course Luo-chen is not afraid. The production method of the primary cultivation list is not simple. The ratio between each material must be very fine and complicated. Out the configuration ratio. Moreover, this is only a primary cultivation pill, which means that there are intermediate or advanced levels on it, and Luo-chen believes that one day he will draw it out. The most important thing is that Luo-chen gave all the primary cultivation pills after castration, and it is no big deal if it leaks. Kojiro was silent. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Luo-chen. Okay, I promise you. Boss. Luokan smiled, took out a small bottle from the bag and handed it over, which contained all castrated primary cultivation pills. He took it solemnly. I will sell our elf food to the market within the next 2 days. Well, you can figure it out yourself. Kojiro said to Musashi and Meow Meow, who were listening in the fog, let's go, let's quit Team Rocket and do something big. What's the big deal? It can let you buy clothes that you can't wear all over, and let Meow Meow sleep with a lot of shiny gold coins every day. Do you guys do it? Musashi and Meow Meow's eyes lit up. Fuck. The three of them walked out of the forest energetically. Ellipsis. Looking at them, Luo-chen nodded secretly. In this way, he didn't need to worry too much about money. You must know that travel is very expensive, and money is needed in all aspects. Recently, he has been worrying about money. He doesn't have much money at home, and he has spent 78th of the money he won against Xiaomao before. And XXX. Luokan narrowed his eyes and murmured, after I have the money, I can start implementing another plan of my own. Luokan, come and eat, the dishes are getting cold. In the distance, Lillie shouted. Okay, here we come. Ellipsis. I recommend a good friend's book, Pokemon 1 Strikes the Skin God, it's very beautiful, I recommend it. Chapter 24. The moon is in the middle of the sky, bright and gentle, and the soft moonlight sets off a peaceful night. The light of the moon falling on the tree, mottled black shadows fell, sporadically like shards hanging on the tree. On a small lake not far from the camp, the two of them sat on the shore of the lake, with small green light spots fluttering around them, which were fireflies. Lillie put her white, flawless, lotus-like feet into the water, and swayed gently, stirring up small splashes. Under the hazy moonlight, this picture is like a fairy under the moonlight, wearing a white dress. The fairy spirit is fluttering, and it does not eat the fireworks of the world. Luokan sat cross-legged beside her and didn't speak, not wanting to disturb this wonderful scene. Lillie looked at the dark moonlit night around, and the forest where the melodious screams came out from time to time, and said softly, this is the first time I have spent the night in the forest, and this is something I never dared to think about before. This beautiful picture in front of me is something I have never seen before. It turns out that the forest at night is so beautiful and comfortable. It was the first time to spend the night in the forest, so are you afraid? Lillie shook her head gently, leaned back, put her hands back on the ground, and looked up at the starry sky. Although it's the first time I've spent the night in the forest, I'm not afraid at all. Why? Lillie didn't answer. She lifted her jade feet from the water surface, splashed water, and ripples appeared on the lake surface. She squeezed her little feet, stood up, and walked towards her tent. Because a certain person promised me that he would take me to learn about all kinds of elves, and take me to see the legendary elves, so I'm not afraid at all. Lillie got into her tent, and the voice came from a distance. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Ellipsis. After 3 days, Luokan and Lillie walked out of the forest and came to a small town, Hell Town, a town that did not appear in the original book. Wow, there are so many people, Lillie exclaimed. At this time, the small town was full of people coming in and out, and it was very busy. It didn't look like a remote town at all, but like a bustling metropolis. At this time, on the side of the road, the conversation between the two attracted Luo Chen's attention. Have you bought it? The latest elf food. Hey, don't mention it. I bought it. I only bought 1 pack. My Jenny turtles all blame me. Although it was a depressed tone, the pride on his face could not be concealed. Another person envied. It was already sold out when I went to buy it. Hearing the conversation between the two, the other person paused and moved forward. Are you talking about super elf cultivation food? That's right, this is it. This elf food is really popular. It was welcomed by the elf as soon as it was launched. After my fire dinosaur ate it, it would never eat other elf food. Even top elf food is dismissed. Yes, it is really popular. And the price is still low, lower than ordinary elf food, but it is said that its nutritional value is higher than top elf food. The 3 quickly chatted together. Are you here to participate in the fairy fair? Yes. Me too, let's go together. It is good. Ellipsis. Looking at the back of the 3 of them leaving, Luokan smiled. The super elf cultivation food they were talking about was made by Kojira and the others. As soon as it was released, it exploded and made the elf go crazy. However, from their conversation just now, Luokan learned another piece of information, which made him a little puzzled. The fairy fair. Which one is it? Lillie pointed to the side. There was a huge banner hanging there that read, Annual Fairy Fair. Luokan touched his chin. It seems that the reason why so many people gather here is because of this fair of fairies. It seems to be very interesting. Let's follow them to see Luokan. Lillie was surprised. Okay. Ellipsis. A pit dug earlier, the next chapter about to be filled. Chapter 25. The location of the elf fair is in a plain outside the town, where there is a flat river, and the venue is very vast. At this time, the plains were densely populated with temporary buildings, and the scene was very grand, crowded and lively. Luokan and Lillie were walking on the road of the trade fair. There were stalls on both sides, and some trainers took out the little elves they didn't need to sell. Ibrahimovic, does anyone need Ibrahimovic? There are 8 evolutionary types of Ibrahimovic, only alliance coins are needed. Big milk tank, buying it back will allow you to drink the freshest milk every day. Aber snake. Ghost stone. Ellipsis. The shouts came one after another, and the whole street was noisy. Luokan also used his probing eyes to see the elves sold by these trainers. The aptitude was so weak that he couldn't bear to look directly at them. But yes, if the aptitude was a little better, they wouldn't sell them. At this time, an uncle came forward and blocked Luokan's way. He sneaked up and lowered his voice, afraid that others would hear. Young people and girls, I like you guys, I'm going to show you something good. Luokan looked at the middle-aged uncle and felt a little familiar. What good thing? Come here. He took Luokan to a booth not far away, and there were several large buckets on the booth. He took out a king carp from the bucket, but the whole body of the king carp was golden. It is this shining carp king. After evolving into a tyrannical carp dragon, his strength can definitely become a king. Today, I like you guys, and I don't charge you too much money. Take 1,000 alliance coins. How about becoming a king? It's worth it. ? Quote. He said seductively. Luo Chen was covered in black lines. He finally knew why he was familiar with this uncle. Isn't that the uncle who specialized in cheating and selling the Carp King? Wherever there is a celebration, he is there. In the original book, countless people were tricked, and Kojiro was once tricked too. The Shining Carp King. Luokan believed that he had a ghost, and he dyed it with paint, and it didn't take 2 days to fade. Come on, boy, the Carp King who can become the King of Heaven. Ah, no need, goodbye. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and left with Lillie. That's really a pity. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Luokan, and one sidestep blocked the other trainer's way. Young man, I have a fate with you, and I have a good thing to introduce to you. This is the Golden Carp King who can lay golden eggs. Fallen dust. Lillie. MDZZ, this person is invincible. Didn't he say that he was the king of glitter carp that could evolve into a heavenly king in 1 second? How could he become the king of carp that lays eggs the next second? The two walked forward a lot and came to the booth areas of some groups and families. The booths here are also more upscale. Rather than talking about booths, it is better to say that there are small exhibition halls. There are all kinds of elves standing in the exhibition halls. The qualifications of these elves are much better than those outside. Luokan even saw BB Bird with the qualifications of the quasi-celestial king, but the price is ridiculously expensive, 50W alliance coins. 50W alliance coins are not used by individuals to buy BB Birds. Although they are quasi-celestial kings, BB Birds and flamingo birds are family birds on the bad street, and their racial values are not too high. Hey, it seems that the Yulong family over there is selling fast dragons. They are so generous to sell all the quasi-gods in our Kanto region. Let's go and have a look. Ellipsis. Whispers came to mind at the scene, and everyone walked towards the largest exhibition hall in the center of the trade fair. Luokan and Lillie also followed curiously. This exhibition hall is very large, so it does not seem crowded when so many people come together. There is only one person in this exhibition hall. It is a young man. He should be in his early 20s. At this time, he is sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, but the most striking thing is a mini dragon beside him. He is also quite prominent in the Yulong family. Everyone looked at the empty exhibition hall with some doubts. It seems that everyone is almost here. The young man whispered, and then stood up from the chair. My name is Yulongju, and I am the direct descendant of the Yulong family. When he said this, he raised his head proudly. Not much nonsense, this is the fast dragon to be sold. He threw a pokeball, shining white. Everyone's eyes widened, with expressions of anticipation on their faces. The white light dissipated, and the figure of the elf appeared. Ah, it's this one again. It's a shame that I still had expectations just now, but I didn't expect it to be this fast dragon again. It's gone. It's gone. A lot of people at the scene showed disappointed expressions, and left a lot one after another, and more than half of them all at once. Luokan, are your fast dragons in the Kanto region like this? Lillie asked with some doubts. Looking at the fast dragon in the exhibition hall, Luo Chen squinted his eyes. This fast dragon, something is wrong. Flowers collection evaluation ticket handsome. You guys have expanded again, it has been a long time. Flowers and the evaluation votes have not risen very much of course. I also ask for a reward. If there is a rich local tyrant and handsome ratio, please give me a reward give me some motivation, all kinds of requests from a certain brain-dead author. Chapter 26. The average fast dragon is more than 2 meters high, but the fast dragon in front of Luokan's eyes is only 1 meter high. What makes people strange is that the small horn on the top of its head is actually dark black. The most amazing thing is the small meat wings behind it, which are covered with lightning-like black textures, like tattoos, giving people a very noble and mysterious feeling. Why is this fast dragon like this? Someone spoke his heart out. It looks like you are here for the first time, right? This fast dragon has been sold for 3 years, and it hasn't been sold yet. Someone on the side replied. Why? Because, this fast dragon is a waste, he said with some regret. Trash. That's right, this fast dragon can be considered a legend of the Yulong family. It evolved from a mini dragon to a fast dragon directly from the moment of birth. Isn't that very powerful? How could it be trash? Because so many years have passed, its strength is still the same, and its strength is so weak that it can be tied with the iron-armored chrysalis. Many people at the scene gave popular science to the newcomers who came for the first time. XXX. Ellipsis. Hearing the chatter coming from his ear, Yulongju also felt ashamed. He looked at Kuailong with disgust, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. That's right, this fast dragon just broke when the egg came out. It was indeed a direct 2-stage evolution from a mini dragon to a fast dragon. At that time, the people in the family were still ecstatic, thinking that it was because of luck that a fast dragon with unbelievable aptitude appeared. It is very important to know that the qualifications of an elf are very important. Yulongdu relies on a miniature dragon with super high qualifications to push horizontally all the way, pass the test, and finally become the head of the king in the Kanto region and the champion in the Chengdu region. A noble existence with 2 roles in one person. It is also because of Yulongdu that their Yulong family can have the aloof status they have today. As a result, when they discovered this fast dragon whose aptitude might be against the sky, the family threw all resources on it and put all their energy on it, and it was bound to cultivate a second Yulongdu. Take your family to another level. But I never imagined that no matter how much resources were poured into it, no matter how much energy was expended, the level of this fast dragon would remain the same, and its combat effectiveness was even worse. Iron pupae. Well, the reason for the tie is because the iron-armored chrysalis has no attack skills. This incident has also become a laughingstock for others to laugh at the Yulong family. Trash, hang up the sign yourself. Yulongju threw a wooden sign over and said annoyed, he didn't even want to look at the trash. Not only him, but even the miniature dragon on the ground looked at the fast dragon with disdain. Although the other party was his final evolutionary form, he could beat 10 of them one at a time. Hearing the other party's curse, Kuailong didn't show any changes in expression. He slowly stretched out his hand to pick up the wooden sign on the ground, and hung it around his neck. The wooden sign reads, "The price is 100 W." It looked up and stared ahead, motionless, without a trace of light in its eyes, numbness, sluggishness, emptiness, and despair. Luokan didn't know how to describe this look. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be, The Walking Dead. When I saw the price of 100 W, I scared off a group of people. If the price is cheap, then you can buy it back and use it as a pet. After all, it is the Kanto Quasi-Shen Fast Dragon. Even if its strength is very bad, it is very good to take it out. But 100 W is too expensive. The trainers on the scene are all trainers, and all they are after are powerful elves. Only the idiots will spend 100 W to buy a piece of junk. Soon, all the people at the scene left, and only a few people remained. Looking at this fast dragon, Luo Chen was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Even a fast dragon with poor qualifications can't be this weak. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Kuailong, Attorney Bloodline. Attribute, Dragon plus Flying plus Evil. Level, Level 1, Sealed State. Qualification. Evaluation, Atavistic Bloodline, with the bloodline of the world's first fast dragon, because the bloodline is too strong, it forms a shackle, which limits its development. Ellipsis. The information of Kuailong appeared in his mind. Atavistic bloodline. Luo Chen's eyes shrank, and besides dragon and flying, this fast dragon actually has the evil attribute. 3 attributes, it's going to go against the sky. Luokan's eyes shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. Is this fast dragon a waste? Is it trash? Don't be funny, all the fast dragons in the world are tied up and packed, and they may not have its dignity. When it grows up, all the fast dragons lining up may not necessarily beat it. The Yulong family is also really brainless. It is obviously a piece of unparalleled jade, but they treat others as gravel. Since you don't want it, you can only take advantage of me, and this fast dragon is destined to have a fate with me. I hope you won't regret it by then. I bought it. Luokan stood up. He walked forward, stretched out his hand towards Kuailong, and said gently, "Want to come with me?" Seeing this, Shuaibi knows which two pits are to be filled, right? In the end, the brain-dead author asked for flowers to be collected again .. Throw it over here .. la la la. Chapter 27. As soon as these words came out, all the people at the scene looked at Luo Chen. When they found out that it was a boy of about 10 years old, they were all stunned. Are you sure? Yu Longju frowned. You see clearly, it's 1 million alliance coins, not 100 alliance coins. I'm sure. Luo Chen took out a card from his pocket and threw it over, and said lightly, the password is behind it. Yu Longju looked at the gorgeous purple card in his hand and shrank his eyes. This card is the Alliance's VIP purple card, and a purple card means that there are 100 W Alliance coins in it. Is this kid so rich? Looking at the indifferent face, spending 100 W seems to be like 100 yuan. He is a little jealous. Even if he is a direct descendant of the Yulong family, his monthly allowance is only about 5 W. In addition to daily expenses, it would be nice to have a few $100 left over a month. Is it mine now? Hurry up and take this waste away, he said impatiently. Luokan didn't care either. He looked at Kuailong and stretched out his hand again, showing a warm smile. Want to come with me? Looking at the strange young man in front of him, Kuailong's numb eyes revealed a little surprise, and he couldn't help thinking of his experiences over the years. It is not well received in the Yulong family. Like a tea slag, everyone sees it unhappy, cursing at light, beating severely. Even the juniors in the Yulong family would use it to feed their little elves. Every time he would be beaten all over his body. If it wasn't for Kuailong's own physique, he would have been beaten to death long ago. The Yulong family treats it like this. Even its race, the fast dragon family, looks down on it, thinking that it is not a purebred fast dragon, but a hybrid, and expel it from the fast dragon family. The experience of these years has already made him close his heart and become lifeless, like a dead body. Now, for so many years, it is the first time that he has seen others look at him with such gentle eyes and speak to him in a soft voice. For a while, he is a little overwhelmed. With such a weak self, he really deserves to have his own trainer. Luokan seemed to understand the meaning in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you are weak, I will help you. Then he said softly, come on, I will make you grow to an unimaginable level, so that everyone can only look up to you. Looking at Luokan blankly, feeling the sincerity in the eyes of the other party, without a trace of falsification, Kuailong's eyes lit up little by little, as if he was a man who was dying from lack of water in the desert and saw a clear spring. It nodded fiercely. Please take care of me. Luokan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good for it to recognize itself. Let's go, let's go. He put away the fast dragon, took Lillie and left the fairy fair, walked out of Hell Town. After a long time, they came to a rocky hill and stopped. Fallen Dust threw the Pokeball and released the dragon. Kuailong looked at him blankly. I'll help you solve your problems now. Luokan smiled and took out the Bloodline potion he had drawn earlier from his bag. Blood Pharmacy, it can break the shackles on the blood of some elf and restore its power. Looking at the small purple bottle in his hand, Luokan said with a smile, it seems that there is divine will in the dark. I didn't expect that the broken things that I took out at the beginning will come in handy now. Come on, drink it. He uncorked the bottle and said to Kuailong. Kuailong looked at the small bottle in Luokan's hand, and for some reason there was a throbbing in his heart, and all the cells in his body seemed to be cheering and eager. Looking at Kuailong's eager eyes, Luokan was also unequivocal. and poured the Bloodline potion into its mouth. At the moment when the belly fell, the potion turned into a moisturizing stream and dispersed in the four limbs of the fast dragon. Soon, a sound came from Kuailong's body, like the sound of an iron chain breaking. It was very clear. At the beginning, it was very slight. In the end, it became Hong Zhang Dalu, which was deafening. The two slender tentacles on the fast dragon's head are also dancing non-stop, like waves. An invisible Qi roared on it, and forced Luokan and Lillie to keep retreating, a distance of dozens of meters. Roar! It roared up to the sky, its wings fluttered, and it flew high with a strong wind. In the air, Kuailong's body began to swell, from 1 meter to more than 3 meters high, and the small horn above his head exuded a faint black light. I don't know if it's an illusion, Luokan just feels that the sun seems to have dimmed a lot in front of this black light. Everything in front seemed to be a foreshadowing. The high chaos came, and the momentum of the fast dragon began to rise, extremely ferocious and terrifying. System, the Eye of Probing. In Luokan's mind, the level of the fast dragon skyrocketed as if he had taken medicine. Level 30, Level 35, Level 45, Level 55, Elite Peak. All the way, there was no pause in the middle, and the level went directly to the top of the elite. However, when it came to the peak of the elite, the speed of improvement also slowed down and ushered in a bottleneck. But this bottleneck didn't last long. In just a few seconds, it was broken through. The level has increased again, reaching level 56, and has entered the quasi-celestial king. But this is not over, the level continues to improve. Level 57, Level 58, Level 59, Level 60 Quasi-King Peak. When the level reached the peak of the quasi-celestial king, the speed finally stopped. Just when Luokan thought it was over. Roar! At this moment, the fast dragon in the sky suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering aura. Ellipsis. Chapter 28. The momentum on Kuailong's body soared, and it went straight to the sky. It wants to break through the shackles of the current level and directly impact another level. However, no matter how it rises, no matter how it strikes, the level in front of you is shackled. This scene is like a sealed Coke can. The cola soda inside wants to be flushed out, but no matter how much people outside shake it, they can't break through the shackles of the bottle. Kuailong's bulging momentum began to cease slowly, like boiling plain water, slowly cooling down. The wind stops, the clouds are idle, the sun is on the mountain, everything is business as usual. Kuailong took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and slowly closed his eyes. It's all like the calm before the storm. Kuailong kept restraining his momentum, and his momentum dropped rapidly. When it falls to the freezing point, has reached the bottom, and can no longer descend. The extremes will reverse, the prosperity will decline, and bottoming out means, the rebound has begun. The dragon was about to move, it opened its eyes abruptly, and the restrained momentum condensed into a stream, like a nuclear bomb exploded, scurrying violently in its body, unstoppable, and quickly rushed directly to the level barrier. The level barriers that were still motionless before began to shake, but this is not enough to break through the shackles of this barrier. Hoo-hoo! Kuailong screamed up to the sky again, and a force rushed out of his body again. This is the medicinal power hidden in the body. Once the Yulong family invested a lot of resources in it, all kinds of precious medicinal materials were thrown into it as if they didn't want money. After the medicinal materials entered the body, they were not used, but lurked in the body. Now that the medicinal power in Kuailong's body was hidden, it was finally activated at this time, and all of it was forced out. It merged with the momentum of Kuailong's body, and the two turned into a torrent in its body, rushing straight to the forehead. Crack! A crisp voice sounded. The momentum of Kuailong is like the sun in the sky, soaring upwards, hitting the sky, which is shocking and terrifying. XXX. And the level displayed in Luokan's mind at this time is level 65, directly from the top and peak of the quasi-king, and stepping into the middle of the king in one fell swoop. Roar! The Kuailong, who was already at the Heavenly King, let out a long cry of joy, the clouds scattered, and the roar of Kyushu shone for thousands of miles, which lasted for a long time. At the same time, this long howl also exploded deep in the hearts of all the fast dragons under the sky. The suppression of the blood vessels made their bodies uncontrollable. Chi-Chi lowered his proud head in one direction, as if in welcoming the birth of the king. Sheno area. The champion of Yulongdu, Kuailong, looked in one direction with a solemn expression and lowered his noble head. The land of dragons. Alice's fast dragon ran out of the elf ball and bowed its head respectfully in a certain direction. Ellipsis. This scene is staged all over the world, no matter the level, like a pilgrimage. The fast dragon is still like this, and the mini dragon and the Hakron are even more unbearable. Helltown. Hey, what's wrong with you, mini dragon? Yulongju's mini dragon knelt on the ground and trembled, his eyes full of terror. Not only his, but also the mini dragons and Hakrons all over the world. One by one, they were crawling on the ground, trembling and shaking their bodies, like commoners respectfully welcoming the emperor. Ellipsis. In the sky, Kuailong showed a wicked smile and swooped down at a very fast speed. The strong air pressure on his body bent all the trees in the forest. It landed on a hill opposite Luokan, which was also a rocky mountain. After landing, the fast dragon raised his claws and bombarded the ground continuously. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the ground shook. The stone the size of the millstone was overturned, and the stone was scattered. Kuailong is like a tyrannical king, constantly destroying Shishin. Dragon's fury, exciting light, dragon god swoops, destroying death light. All kinds of skills were thrown out like no money, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the sound of explosions continued. In less than a few minutes, the entire mountain was cut off by it. Then, Kuailong began to give up using his skills, and started to use his fists, shaking the ground with each punch, and every time he punched, it would make a howl, like a madman. Looking at the crazy fast dragon, Lillie was a little scared and couldn't help but get closer to Luokan. Soon, the entire mountain top was destroyed with potholes. Kuailong's wings trembled, flew into the sky, and came to Luokan. The huge size and the momentum of the king make it difficult to breathe. At this time, Kuailong's eyes still had a violent red light, with the small black horns on the top of his head, and the dark texture on his wings, like a demon. Seeing the fast dragon in front of her, Lillie was a little worried. However, Luo Chen, who was beside him, didn't have this worry at all. He looked at Kuailong with a smile on his face. Isn't it enough to vent? You have suppressed it long enough over the years. Ow tilde. Kuailong let out a low and euphemistic cry. Its eyes looking at other things or people are full of tyranny, but the eyes looking at Luokan are different, full of tenderness. Luokan's words just now hit the softest part of Kuailong's heart. It took a few steps forward, hugged Luokan in its arms, and kept making a squeak in its mouth, tears in its eyes, and their eyes rolled down. After being cursed for so many years, ridiculed for so many years, beaten badly for so many years, all the grievances and unwillingness were vented at this time. Although Kuailong's body is now more than 3 meters tall, holding Luokan is like holding a child, but it is crying in the latter's arms, because in its eyes, Luokan's figure is incomparably tall. On the side, Lillie was a little shocked when she looked at the figure of a dragon and a single person in the sunset. Is this the so-called bond between the trainer and the elf? The last 400 words I sat in front of the computer and hesitated for a long time, deleted and wrote deleted. I don't know whether to write it like this, but I decided to write it like this in the end, because in my opinion, the elf also has flesh and blood, and has its own thoughts and emotions. Chapter 29. Ding! Congratulations to the host for owning a Heavenly King level elf and rewarding you with a purple lottery ticket. A voice sounded in Luokan's mind, making him a little happy. This was the first time he got a purple lottery ticket. However, compared to the happy fall, the 9 tails on the ground were puzzled. Originally, He was the eldest brother in the team, but now he has become the second child with the arrival of Kuailongi, and his status is straight. The line is down. After Kuailong's mood stabilized, Luokan took it back to the Pokeball. The leveling up just now was too labor-intensive and needed a good rest for a while. Putting away the Pokeball, he turned his head to look at the mountain opposite. Luo Chen was also a little shocked in his eyes. The huge mountain was just knocked down abruptly. This is the destructive power of the King of Heaven. At the same time, Luo Chen was also a little fortunate. Fortunately he was recognized by Kuailong. Through its violent eyes, you can know that this fast dragon of yours is similar to Cheomeng. After being treated like this by humans for so many years, I am afraid that I hate humans very much. If it wasn't for his approval, Luokan would not dare to give it the bloodline potion. The ghost knows if it will break the shackles of the bloodline and will attack him when it regains its strength. Luokan, let's go, Lillie said softly. Although her heart is full of doubts now, she will not ask questions. When Luokan wants to know, she will naturally say, Luokan nodded, and the two of them set up on the road again, heading in the direction of Zhengwei Pagoda. Ellipsis. Time passed on the road, the setting sun was shining, and the sun fell on the other side of the mountain. The two began to set up a tent in the forest. A few hundred meters away from the camp, there was a large lake flowing into the sea. In the lake, Kuailong and Zhuwei were catching fish for dinner tonight. As for the little fire dragon, because it is a fire element, it hates water, so he accompanies the circle bear to pick up dry firewood. In the middle of the lake, the nine tails immediately grew bigger, and the nine tails swished in unison, plunged straight into the water, grabbed the 9 edible ordinary fish, and then looked at the fast dragon provocatively. Along the way, it has always been brooding that its boss position has been robbed. It would be unhappy to see this soon. Although its strength cannot beat it, it is necessary to catch fish. Kuailong didn't hesitate, his wings fluttered, he stagnated in midair, opened his mouth, and a white light condensed in front of his mouth, which was to destroy the death light. Destruction death light falls into the lake. Bang! The lake surface exploded, and the water splashed Lao Gao. Countless fish floated on the water with their belly turned upside down. Kuailong flew into the lake again, held his hands, raised his head, and looked at Zhuwei with contempt. Zhuwei was angry, not to be outdone, and opened his mouth. The black ball of light condensed and shot into the water. Boom! The water splashed up again, overwhelming the sky. The lake was once again covered with a pile of fish, densely packed. Ninetails and Kuailong stared at each other, and there were faint sparks in the air. Luo Chen, who had set up a tent next to him, heard the sound, and when he saw the dense fish on the lake, he was shocked. "Who did the two of you do? Why are you catching such a fish?" Hearing this, they pointed to each other. Luokan was helpless. "Okay, hurry up and get the fish up." Just as they walked ashore with the fish. Boom tilde. There was movement from the lake, and a huge blue figure emerged from the water, with circles in his eyes. Looking at this gigantic tyrannical carp dragon, Luokan was also stunned. What happened? The tyrannical carp dragon is also a disaster. He slept well at the bottom of the lake, but the quick dragon smashed it down and smashed it. Just when I was about to go up and see who's doing it, the nine-tailed beast smashed down before it showed up, and then, it just knelt down. Looking at the unconscious tyrannical carp dragon, Luo Chen blinked his eyes, a little confused. The eye of probing. Name, Tyrannosaurus. Attributes, water, flying. Level 55, elite peak. Qualification, elite. Ellipsis. Damn it, the tyrannical carp dragons at the peak of the elite have all lost their consciousness. Luo Chen stared at them with wide eyes. What did you two do just now? Ninetails and Kuailong looked innocent. Luokan held his forehead speechless. He turned around and threw a pokeball and put the tyrannical carp dragon into the pokeball. Ellipsis. This chapter transitions. Handsome guys, Don't inflate tilde 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 throw everything over tilde tilde look. Once you inflate all kinds of data, it won't go up. If it doesn't go up, I will have no motivation. If there is no motivation, the update will be slow. If the update is slow, you will be unhappy with it, and if you are unhappy, you will. I rely on it. Handsome than handsome. If you have something to say, put down the mace in your hand. I'm joking, it's true. The above is a ruthless joke of a brain-dead author. The next thing is business. There have been a lot of classes this week. The counselor will check the class every morning, so the update is a bit late. I hope you forgive me tilde tilde. And the most important thing is that the boys in the class have a dinner party in the evening, and the update may be later. Chapter 30. After dinner, the moon rises. After all, the forest doesn't have the hustle and bustle of big cities. After the meal, the two chatted for a while, and the sleepiness came to mind. Luokan added some firewood to the bonfire, and after saying goodnight to Lillie, they each got into their tents. The night is silent, the stars are dotted in the night sky, the night is quiet at the beginning of the night, and people are sleepy. Just after Luo Chen fell asleep, a pokeball rolled from his bag to the outside of the tent, white light flashed, and the figure of the little fire dragon appeared on the ground. It tiptoed away and came to the lake 100 meters away. Looking at the water in the lake, the little fire dragon hesitated, and the fire elves did not like water by nature. However, soon, its eyes became firm, and it walked into the lake step by step, and half of its body was submerged. No, only a flaming tail remains on the water. The moment it touched the water, the tail flame fluctuated and shrank a lot. The little fire dragon didn't pay any attention, opened its mouth and used jet flames at the water surface again and again. It also knows that although he is the master's initial elf, as the number of powerful elves around the master gradually increases, sooner or later, he will not be able to help the master, be replaced by other elves, and be sent back to Dr. Damu. This ending is not what it wants, so it desperately wants to improve its strength. Ellipsis. Within 2 minutes after the little fire dragon left, another elf ball rolled out, white light flashed, and the figure of the circle bear appeared. With a firm look in his eyes, he walked in the other direction. Among the master's elf, its own aptitude is the worst. In order not to be pulled down, it can only do its best. Not long after the bear left, the sleeping Ninetails opened his eyes, walked away from the tent lightly, and disappeared into the vast darkness. He wanted to regain his position as the boss. Half a minute later, another Pokeball rolled out, and the figure of Kuailong appeared outside. It flaps its wings and has a strong control force, so that the wings do not make a sound, and the fast dragon flies into the sky. No one knows the hard-won power better than it. Although it is now the king of heaven, it still does not dare to slack off. XXX. Ellipsis. In just a few minutes, every elf in Luokan ran out and walked in different directions, except for the tyrannical carp dragon who was still dizzy in the elf ball. Because of the arrival of the Heavenly King level fast dragon, they all felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. For fear that they would be replaced, they all wanted to become one of the 6 main elves of Luokan. They didn't come back until it was almost dawn. Outside the tent, the 4 met each other and gathered outside. The 4 elves looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and their hearts were full of astonishment. The 4 elves smiled knowingly, nodded to each other, slapped the team, touched the Pokeball, and returned to the Pokeball. Only Kyubi was left at the scene. Ninetails looked at the 3 Pokeballs that rolled outside the tent, rolled her eyes, a bunch of idiots, and asked me to finish. She picked up the 3 Pokeballs, stuffed them back into Luokan's bag, and finished it all. It lay down beside Luo Chen again. But they didn't know, Luo Chen, who was sleeping beside him, opened his eyes with a smile in his eyes. Ellipsis. Early in the morning, after breakfast, the 2 packed up the tent and set off on the road again. Until noon, they finally came to Zhengwei Lighthouse. They first came to the center of the elf not far from the Zhengwei Pagoda. After the elves recovered their strength, Luokan came to a corner and made a call in front of a video phone. Boss tilde tilde. On the screen, the Rockets trio exclaimed excitedly, that they have lived a very nourishing life these past few days. It should sell well. Kojiro looked excited. It's more than good, it's so popular, it makes countless people flock to it. However, we have already touched the interests of some people, and today someone is trying to investigate us. Are you all right? It's okay, a group of crooked melons and cracked dates also want to catch us. Meow, that is, they are still trapped in my trap now. Luokan nodded. Do you have an elf teleporter in your place? No, but next to us is the elf center. You go to the elf center now. Soon, they reached the center of the elf. Luokan passed on the tyrannical carp dragon that he accidentally obtained yesterday. The potential of this tyrannical carp dragon has reached the end, which is a tasteless thing to himself. Kojiro looked at the Pokeball that was sent over and wondered, Boss, what is this? The tyrannical carp dragon at the peak of the elite. Clam. The three of them opened their mouths wide, knowing that the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon has a very high racial value, and the elite peak has been able to fight against the general quasi-king for a while, and even if it can't beat it, it can completely escape. Looking at the three people who were dumbfounded, Luo Chen smiled. Okay, you can make good use of it. Remember to pay attention to safety, and let me know if you have anything. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Luokan and Lillie left the center of the elf and came to a cliff, where a lighthouse could be seen in the distance. Looking at the lighthouse, Luokan nodded, and he should be able to see the super ancient fast dragon tonight. Luokan was looking forward to the scene where his fast dragon and the super ancient fast dragon met. Ellipsis. Yesterday I drank with a group of mentally retarded people. It was mixed with pulse and green tea. I was afraid that I would drink it. I quit drinking. I didn't go back until after 11 o'clock last night. I was dizzy to death. I owed one more update yesterday, and I will be back today. Chapter 31. He walked up the cliff along the path and came to the lighthouse. Lillie looked at the iron gate of the lighthouse, which was engraved with many elf patterns. These little elves, they should all be legendary elves, right? She asked uncertainly. Well, they're all legendary elves. Luo Chen glanced at the iron gate, which had 3 divine birds, 3 divine beasts and dreamy patterns on it. Inner, what do you have? What's the matter? A voice came from behind. A green-haired youth was standing behind Luo Chen, holding a fishing rod and a bucket in his hand. Hello, Dr. Jungwei. Luokan recognized the identity of this person at a glance. He was the owner of the lighthouse and the youngest researcher. Dr. Damu also personally said that Jungwei's talent was no weaker than his own. Although there is an element of modesty in this statement, it is undeniable that Jungwei is indeed a genius, and the well-known elf teleporter was developed by several researchers with him as the core. Dr. Jungwei, I am Luokan from Junshin Town. I heard from Dr. Damu that there is a very talented researcher on the Jungwei Tower, so I came to visit. Luokan shamelessly threw Dr. Damu out to block the knife. Where is it? Dr. Damu is smashing me, it's all false praise. Jungwei touched his head a little embarrassedly. Let's go in and sit together. The 3 of them walked into the tower. There were densely engraved elf patterns around the walls, and scattered elf materials and models were scattered all over the ground. Sit anywhere. Jungwei poured a cup of tea for Luokan and Lillie. Luo Chen took a sip, then looked at Jungwei and said, Dr. Jungwei, I heard that there will be mysterious elves in the sea in front of the lighthouse. Jungwei stood up suddenly, looking at Luokan, his eyes lit up. You heard it too, yes, when I was fishing on the sea before, a fog suddenly enveloped me, and there was a voice of elves in the fog. Come out. Although I don't understand the language of the elf, I can understand what it means. It's saying, where are you? I want to see you. At that time, I was very curious about what kind of elf made this sound, so I recorded this sound and played it with the loudspeaker at the top of the lighthouse to see if it could attract it. That night, the fog was very thick. Guess what I saw? Dr. Jungwei was very excited and danced. I saw a very huge figure appearing in the fog, twice the size of a lighthouse. He panted heavily and was very excited. This is the biggest elf I've ever seen in Kanto. Then do you know what kind of elf it is? Jungwei suddenly disappeared. I don't know, since I diffused the recording through the speakers. It has come every day, but every time it is accompanied by thick fog, and it is so far away that people can't see it clearly. Specific look. Whenever I want to get close to it, it will leave immediately. Then will it come tonight? Luokan asked. Yes, it will stand on the sea not far away every night, corresponding to the recording on the lighthouse. Then can we stay tonight? I also want to meet this mysterious elf. Lilia said this, and she was very curious about what this mysterious elf was. Yes. Jungwei nodded happily. Ellipsis. Time soon came to night, and it was dark. The two route indicators on the top of the Jungwei Tower kept flashing and rotating, warning passing ships not to approach. This is an area that is easy to hit the rocks. At this time, accompanied by the flashing of the indicator light, a burst of woo 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 tilde also came out from the top of the tower, along with the whistling sea breeze, spreading in all directions. On the cliff below the lighthouse, Luokan, Lillie, and Jungwei stared at the sea attentively, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious elf. Time goes by minute by minute. 1 hour. 3 hours. Soon, it was dawn, and it was the next morning. They waited all night. Luokan was a little puzzled. Why didn't the huge fast dragon come? He turned his head to look at Jungwei. Doctor, does the mysterious elf really come every night? Jungwei was also a little confused. Yes, it does come every night. It might be a special situation last night. Why don't you take a look tonight? Luokan nodded and felt a little helpless, so that's what he had to do. Then let's go to rest first. After speaking, he and Lillie yawned and went back to sleep. Ellipsis. Time passed quickly, and it was night again. The cry of the huge fast dragon, woo woo woo, spread again from the top of the lighthouse towards the sea. Luokan and the others were still watching the sea at the same place, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious elf. However, the result disappointed them again, and the night passed, and it still did not appear. Yes, let's take a look tonight. No, Doctor, we still have to hurry, we'll be leaving later. Luokan was also stunned at this time. It has been 2 nights, and the super ancient fast dragon has not appeared. Through Dr. Jungwei, you can know that this super ancient fast dragon will appear almost every night, and it is impossible to appear suddenly. Happening. Then there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that it is in big trouble, so it cannot come, and the second possibility is that it has already left. With the strength of the super ancient fast dragon, there is little chance of encountering big trouble, so it can only be that it has left this sea area and went to find its companions. Luokan is also a little regretful that he didn't see the super ancient fast dragon. At noon, Luokan and Lillie said goodbye to Dr. Jungwei and continued on their journey. Ellipsis. HMPH, do you think I will follow the plot? Naive, but don't worry, the super ancient dragon will soon. It appears that a certain brain-dead author is brewing a big event. Always wanting to make a wave of big news. Chapter 32. Jungwei Lighthouse is not too far from Q City. When the sun was about to set, Luokan and Lillie walked into Deadleaf City. Since it was getting late, Luokan opened 2 rooms in the hotel, and was dragged by Lilia to visit Deadleaf City. There was no end to this visit. When I returned to the hotel again, it was 5 hours later. She said good night to Lillie, who was still a little unsure, and Luo Chen returned to her room, laying on the bed, feeling her body hollowed out, more tiring than rushing all day. Looking at the ceiling, Luo Chen remembered that he seemed to have 2 lottery tickets that he had not used. One is the golden lottery ticket obtained by pushing the Pokemon Academy. One is the purple lottery ticket that Kuailong got when he was promoted to Tianwang. Go take a shower, wash off the bad breath from your body, and then smoke. Soon, after washing up, He walked out of the bathroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and rubbed his hands. System, use golden lottery tickets. As soon as the voice fell, the long-lost virtual golden slot machine appeared again. The dazzling array of items began to scroll rapidly on the screen, and the speed was dazzling. After a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Flame Ring and Yandy's Skill Fruit. Great Flame Ring Katakana middle dot Emperor's Skill Fruit gather the power of the whole body and condense it into a fireball similar to the sun. The power depends on the user's level and the power injected, and it is limited to the fire department. XXX. Looking at the fiery red fruit in his hand, Luokan opened his eyes wide, a little confused. He knows the Great Yan Ring. Yandy, isn't this Ace's trick? After being stunned for a long time, he came back to his senses, limited to the fire element. Then he didn't have to choose, he only had one fire element elf in his hand. He released the little fire dragon and handed over the skill fruit in his hand. The little fire dragon also knew that the fruit in the master's hand was a good thing, so he swallowed it whole. In a few seconds, the flames on its tail skyrocketed, white light appeared from all over its body, and then its body slowly grew larger. The little fire dragon evolved into a fire dinosaur. Although I was curious about how Huo dinosaur used the Great Flame Ring, Yandy, but this was in the hotel, Luo Chen had to pat Huo dinosaur on the head, and said earnestly, "Come on, Huo dinosaur, evolve into an old squirt as soon as possible. Take the fire dinosaur back to the Pokeball." Next is the main event. System, use the purple lottery ticket. The virtual slot machine is reproduced, the entire body is twice as large, and the whole body reveals a mysterious purple light, which is very noble. The screen starts to scroll. It's getting faster and faster, until the things that are flickering on the screen are connected into a thick line. Luokan's heart also mentioned his voice. He clenched his palm tightly. It was the first time he got a purple lottery ticket. Don't be too lucky. The speed quickly slowed down and finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a colorful lottery ticket. Luokan saw that there was a colorful lottery ticket on the lottery interface of the system, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Is this all right? Sampling coupons were selected by lottery coupons. There is no one else, but it seems that I still earned it. The purple lottery won the colorful one. System, use colorful lottery tickets. The virtual slot machine appeared again, with colorful brilliance flashing on his body, which brightened his eyes. The screen started to move. Items fly by on the screen one by one. In the end, the speed stagnated, and the same object suddenly appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. She screamed, This. Chapter 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a young Celebi. A green elf appeared on the screen. With the sound of the system prompt, a petite green figure lay quietly in Luokan's palm, only half the size of a palm. Celebi opened his eyes hazy in Luo Chen's palm, as if a newborn cub opened his eyes to see the world for the first time. Compare. Celebi made a crisp cry at Luokan, then floated up and rubbed Luokan's cheek. Damn it, it won't take me as its mother. Luo Chen gently grabbed the little guy and placed it in the palm of his hand. Celebi thought that Luokan was playing with it, and kept rolling on his palms, constantly cheering softly in his mouth, by tilde. Looking carefully at the little guy whose palm was like an onion, Luo Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Celebi, the divine beast that can traverse the past and the future, the elf who specializes in purifying darkness, the so-called peace messenger of the forest, wherever he goes, all the forests will grow very lush. My luck seems to have exploded a bit today. First, I took out the Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan, and then I used the purple random inspection ticket to draw a colorful lottery ticket, and I used the colorful lottery ticket to directly draw a Celebi. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Celebi. Level 1. Attributes, Super, Grass. Qualification, Divine Beast. Evaluation, The elf was born not long ago and is in the developmental period. I hope the host will treat it well. It turned out to be a Celebi who was just born. I said how could it be so good, so I took out a Celebi. Compare tilde. Suddenly, Celebi, who was on the palm of Luo Chen's hand, suddenly stopped. Hilarious, he pointed to his stomach, and whispered to Luo Chen. Are you hungry? By tilde, Celebi nodded. Luochen disassembled the elf food, and then ground a whole grain of cultivation pills into powder and added it. Soon, Celebi frowned slightly, and a happy smile appeared on her little face. She flew over, and sat on the ground to eat. Looking at Celebi, Luochen also felt a headache. He was completely a burden. He was still a child, so he probably didn't have any abilities. If others found out, he would have countless troubles to find him. Divine beasts, and they are still the top group of divine beasts. Although Celebi's combat effectiveness is not strong, he can't stand people who can travel between the past and the future. This is simply a living plug-in, enough to drive countless people crazy. Celebi patted his slightly bulging belly, nodded in satisfaction, flew to Luochen's head, straightened his hair with his hands, and then fell asleep directly, as if to smell Luochen's smell, it can sleep peacefully. Luochen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is using his hair as a bed. Feeling the slight breathing sound of the little guy above his head, Luo Chen shook his head, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. If there is trouble coming to the door then, don't blame me for rolling over them all. Luochen gently put the little guy next to his pillow, covered it with a quilt, and then lay down himself, and soon he entered the dream. But he doesn't know. In the past and the future, in the world at different time periods, in the forest, there are many little guys who look exactly the same as those next to Luo Chen's pillow. All the little elves who look exactly the same, all woke up, looking up at the sky, with eyes in their eyes. Confuse. I'm going to dig a hole again. Handsome guys, ask for flowers tilde tilde tilde. Chapter 34. The next morning, Luo Chen woke up very early. Be obedient, stay in your bag and don't move around. Luochen put Celebi into the bag, with a helpless expression on his face. He also tried to put Celebi into the Pokeball before, but as soon as he put it in, within a few seconds, the Pokeball exploded directly. Ordinary Pokeballs couldn't hold it at all, so he had to use a special Pokeball. Compare tilde. Celebi nodded. Went out the door, went to the next door and knocked on Lillie's room door. The two walked out of the hotel and walked towards the dry leaf gym. Soon, they stopped in front of a building with a lightning-like figure carved on the door of the building, which was the electric gym in Deadleaf City. He stepped forward and pushed the door open, and Luo Chen strode in. Yo, here comes another kid looking for abuse. As soon as he walked in, a playful voice came from the side. Our pavilion owner is abusing another kid, but it's your turn soon. Luochen raised his eyelids and bypassed him directly. The man was a little annoyed at being ignored. Little devil, did you hear me? Hearing this, Luo Chen paused, looked at him with a crooked neck, and coldly spit out a word. Go away. The gym apprentice blushed. I hope you won't be mistreated by our gym master. Luochen walked straight to the audience stand. At this time, a battle was taking place on the field. One was the owner of the Deadleaf Gym, Ma Zishi, and the other was the gym challenger. When he saw the gym challenger, Luochen raised his brows slightly. Somewhat surprised, that gym challenge was actually Ash. In the arena, Pishin's opponent is his evolutionary form, Raichu. At this time, the skin god had already fallen into a fierce battle, with scars all over his body, and was suppressed by Raichu. Pikachu, use the electric shock. An electric light emerged from Pikachu and charged towards Raichu. Raichu didn't dodge or evade, he went up to meet him, and then directly absorbed Pikachu's electric shock. How is that possible? Xiao Ji exclaimed. Haha, little boy, they said that your Pikachu is only suitable for pets. The blonde Mazishi held his hands and laughed. Raichu, let him see what an electric shock is. Raichu nodded, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Ray-Chu. An adult's arm-thick lightning flashed from Raichu. The speed was very fast. Pikachu was directly hit, and he didn't even have time to react. Pick up. During the screams, Pikachu flew out and fell to the ground. Very embarrassed, it struggled to get up from the ground. Raichu, put an end to it, and Mount Taishan is on top. Raichu jumped up suddenly, and his body several times bigger than Pikachu directly pressed against Pikachu. In an instant, Pikachu lost consciousness and rolled his eyes. Haha, little boy, it's better to evolve your pet Pikachu to Raichu and fight with me. Mazishi's wild laughter made people feel sick. Ash, is Pikachu alright? On the other side, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging ran over. It's fine. Xiaoji shook his head in frustration. Little guys, we defeated another little boy who doesn't know how high the sky is. Let's call it a day. Master, wait, there is another kid who is going to challenge you. The gym apprentice who mocked Luokan just now stood up and said. Oh, there are people who are not afraid of death. Then come up quickly and don't waste your time. The gym apprentice looked at Luo Chen jokingly. Go on, little brat, I hope you won't be abused too badly. Wait for me here, I'll be back when I go. Luokan said something to Lillie, then jumped lightly, jumped over the railing, and jumped onto the playing field. Hey, Luo Chen. Xiaoji was also startled when he looked at Luo Chen. Well, wait until we get together, wait until I finish the fight. Mazishi looked at Luokan and laughed lightly, ha ha ha, another brat who doesn't know how high the sky is. No one told you that your laughter is actually disgusting. Luo Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Mazishi's face darkened, and his eyes stared at Luokan. You have successfully angered me, you will pay for your words, and I will beat your elf to death. Oh, is that right? I can't ask for it. It just so happens that my little elf has not experienced the taste of losing yet, so please torture me. Ellipsis. Chapter 35. XXX. On the side, the referee of the gym came up and waved the small flag in his hand. The game starts. Raichu. Mazishi released Raichu again. Luokan took out a Pokeball and threw it, and the figure of the fire dinosaur appeared on the field. Fire dinosaur. If it was a fire-breathing dragon, I would be afraid of you for 3 points, but fire dinosaur. Hee hee. Mazishi looked at fire dinosaur with disdain. Raichu, 100,000 volts. A lightning strike came. Get out of the way. The fire dinosaur flexed its body to hide. You are very lucky, today you can see a skill that has never appeared in this world. Luokan said to the burning dinosaur. Fire dinosaur, great flame ring, Yan Emperor. Roar. The fire dinosaur roared up to the sky. It raised its hands and palms to the sky, and the flames on its tail rose suddenly like gasoline had been poured. A fireball began to condense on the hands, getting bigger and bigger, and soon from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a car tire, and it didn't stop, it kept getting bigger. The air around the fire dinosaur became distorted, and a burning sensation could be felt from a distance. Looking at the huge fireball in the air, Mazishi finally panicked. Raichu, interrupt it. Oh, it's too late. Luo Chen chuckled lightly. At this time, the fire dinosaur also couldn't control the fireball suspended in his hands, and it pushed forward with both hands. The fireball smashed towards Raichu with rolling heat waves, like a small sun, with dazzling rays of light. When Pichu evolved into Pikachu, Mazishi did not nurture it, but directly used the Thunderstone to make it evolve into Raichu, so this Raichu does not have the electric light that Pikachu can learn. Flash. Its speed is very slow, and it can't dodge at all. It can only watch the sun-like fireball smashing towards itself. Boom boom boom. Great Yanji, Yandy and Lichiu collided, making a loud noise, the smoke exploded, the flames splashed, and a wave of heat blew in all directions, making one's cheeks feel hot. On the side, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging were already dumbfounded. In their impression, fire dinosaurs should not be so powerful. Xiaoji, do you know him? Knowing is the goal that I have always wanted to surpass. Xiaoji looked at the arena, and his heart was also very shocked. Luo Chen became stronger again. On the field, the smoke dissipated, and Raichu was covered in smoke, lying on the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. Impossible. Ma Zixie's eyes popped. How could your fire dinosaur be so powerful? It's because your Raichu is too weak, just like a pet, so weak. Luo Chen was not polite at all, using what he said before, mocking him back. You lose, bring the badge. Hearing what he said, and being mocked back by the other party, Ma Zixie's face was ashen. He waved his hand and said, when did I say it was 1v1, it's obviously 3v3. The rule you told me before was clearly 1v1. Xiaoji said aside. Stinky brat, go away. 3v3, it doesn't matter. 1 abuse is abuse, and 3 abuses are abuse. It doesn't make any difference to me. Luo Chen shrugged. Hearing these extremely defiant words, Ma Zixie's eyes wanted to shoot fire. Each elf can only appear once, so your elf must be taken back. He pointed to the fire dinosaur and said, he was really frightened by the fire dinosaur's terrifying move just now. Shameless, rascal, can't you afford to lose? How can there be such a rule? Xiaoji and the others were booing. Don't babble, I'm the owner of the museum, and I have the final say on the rules. He yelled at Xiaoji and the others with thick necks. Little devil, hurry up and take back your fire dinosaur, otherwise you will fail the challenge. Okay, the fire dinosaur is back. Luokan showed a playful smile. Seeing Luokan taking the fire dinosaur back, Ma Zixie showed a conspiracy successful smile. He couldn't believe a trainer who had just left the house, and there was a second fire dinosaur with a very terrifying strength just like the fire dinosaur just now. Elf. Ellipsis. Chapter 36. Ma Zixie threw an elf ball, white light flashed, and a spherical elf appeared on the field. It was a naughty bullet. Luokan also threw a pokeball. Roar. The ring bear appears. Naughty bomb, roll. Naughty bomb was covered in thunder, and his body quickly rubbed and rolled on the ground, then ejected and started, hitting the circle bear. Next. The sound of falling dust fades passed over lightly. Circle bear strode forward, stretched out his hands like catching a basketball, and grabbed the naughty bullet in the palm of both hands. Then, Circle Bear squeezed against it with both hands. A powerful force pressed the naughty bullet, causing the electric charge inside its body to become unstable. Soon, it emitted a dazzling white light all over its body. This was not an evolutionary white light, but a precursor to self-destruction. Just when it was about to explode, Ring Bear threw it forward and kicked it. Ha! Naughty bullet was kicked to the roof like a shooting star. Boom! A big explosion came, and a big hole was blown out in the roof. The naughty bullet that was spinning in circles fell along with the gravel. Although it's a long description, it all happened between lightning and flint. Opposite, Ma Zixie's eyes were about to burst. He was extremely mad. How could it be possible? How could he still have such a powerful elf? His eyes are red. I don't believe he has a third such powerful elf. Go, my ace. Ma Zixie threw a poke ball again. A small elf with yellow and black stripes and a tiger-like appearance appeared on the field. It was an electric shock beast. Kurama, come on. Ninetales in Luo Chen's arms jumped down. Seeing the delicate nine-tailed body, Ma Zixie finally felt relieved, and sneered, haha, finally there is no elves to use, so I sent such a weak elves to see how my electric shock beast abuses you. MDZZ, not only was Luo Chen speechless, even the circle bear and fire dinosaur who came back behind him looked at Ma Zixie with the eyes of an idiot. Zhu has been brooding since the team leader position was robbed by Kuailong. At this time, when he heard Ma Zixie actually say that he was weak, he was furious and looked at him coldly with a pair of vertical pupils. Electric Beast, Thunder Fist. Z tilde. The lightning spread on the electric shock beast's fist, and the entire fist seemed to be made of lightning, making a harsh electric sound. At the same time, it also had thunder arcs jumping on the soles of its feet, and its speed was very fast. With a flash, it came directly in front of Jue, and slammed it down with a punch. However, although it is fast, Ninetales is faster. The second the electric shock beast came to the front, the Ninetales moved, and instantly circled behind the electric shock beast, with a tail wrapped around its neck, raised high, and tightly restrained. Then the remaining 8 tails of the Ninetales also moved, whipping the electric shock beast like a whip, a veritable slap. The phantom of the tail filled the arena, densely packed, and the sound of breaking the air was incessant. Soon, after a heavy rain of pear blossoms, the Ninetales let go of their tails, and the electric shock beast fell from the air and lay on the ground. It had already lost consciousness and was abruptly stunned. Seeing this, the whole place was dead silent. The gym apprentice who mocked Luo Chen at the beginning was even more trembling, his face turned pale. The 3v3 is over, do you still need 5v5? Luo Chen said lightly. You're amazing, I admit it. Ma Zishi gritted his teeth, and reluctantly took out a badge from his arms and threw it away. Luokan took it, and at the same time there was a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. Lillie, let's go. Calling Lillie down from the audience, the two walked towards Ash. Looking at Lillie who was approaching, Xiaoging's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Lillie across the distance, shouting, Miss, will you marry me? Lillie was stunned. There was a faint tic-tac-toe on Luokan's forehead. Damn, although I heard him say this when I was watching anime, I felt it was quite funny, but I don't know why, and now I want to kill him. Kurama, stop him. Huh. Juwei's tail lifted Xiaoging who was about to rush over, then threw it back, and threw it back next to Xiaoji. You disgraceful fellow. Xiaoxia covered her face and punched him on the head. No, you can't stop me, I think I have met my true love. Miss, I fell in love with you at first sight, marry me. This idiot-like little gang shocked Lillie and quickly hid behind Luokan. Damn it, it's bearable and unbearable. Luokan has a dark face. In the past, he used to have 3 legs. Of course, he didn't use any force. Ellipsis. Afterwards, the group left the dry leaf gym and came to the center of the elf. After the skin god's injuries were completely healed, the group came to sit on the ground under the shade of a tree outside. Luokan, you've become a lot stronger. The owner of the Withered Leaf Pavilion, who made me suffer so much, was defeated by you. Xiaoji recalled the scene in the gym just now and shook his head. His expression was a little decadent, and his heart was very uncomfortable. The gap between himself and Luo Chen was really widening. Looking at the sluggish Ash, Luo Chen took out a stone from his bag and handed it to Ash. Do you want Pikachu to become stronger? This is. The Thunder Stone can make Pikachu evolve into Raichu. Raichu. Xiaoji stared blankly at the yellow and colored stones in Luo Chen's hands. He was a little unsteady for a while. However, just when he was hesitating, Pishin on the side flashed the image of himself being beaten by Raichu in his mind, with determination in his eyes. Pick up. Pishin jumped up and picked up the Thunder Stone from Luo Chen's hand. In an instant, a dazzling white light radiated from it. This scene continued moment. Soon, the white light dissipated. I depend. XXX. Looking at the figure emerging from the white light, Luo Chen was stunned. Ellipsis. I'll tease you, I'll tease you. Damn, why did you pick up the mace again? Kind of put down the mace in my hand, and then let me have a pair of feet and a pair of hands. Let's fight one-on-one. Well, I'm actually struggling. Soon there will be a big wave that has been held back for a long time, and some details have not been finalized. I have overturned it many times, very tangled. Chapter 37. Pick up. Pishin looked at his body and found that it didn't seem to have changed. He looked at Luokan suspiciously. Luokan is also stunned. The Thunderstone in Pishin's hand has indeed disappeared, but the question is, who can tell me why it hasn't evolved? System, did you give me a fake stone? Ding! This elf is the protagonist of the world, carrying luck, and the world itself has acquiesced that it cannot evolve. Come on, this will do. Fallen Chen stared. Pika-pee. Suddenly, the uncontrollable, whole-body electricity of the skin god on the ground poured out of the body, and it jumped up vigorously. Pick up. The arcs on his body gathered towards its tail, and soon, a small ball made of lightning appeared on the end of the tail. It flicked its tail, and the electric ball flew out, blowing up a small tree not far away. Luokan held his forehead speechlessly. Okay, the Thunderstone didn't make it evolve, but instead made it learn the electric ball. Luokan is now very skeptical. If you feed Pishin a Thunderstone, it will be able to learn an electrical skill. If it hadn't been for the Thunderstone in his hand, Luo Chen would have really wanted to give it a try, feeding it 180 yuan. That's great, Pikachu, you've learned to Electro Ball. Xiaoji picked up Pishin, then looked at Luokan excitedly. Luokan, thank you, although I don't know why Pikachu didn't turn into Raichu, but your Thunderstone made it learn Electric Ball. Let's talk next time. I'm going to the Dry Leaf Gym to challenge again. This time I will definitely defeat him. After speaking, he hurriedly left with Xiaoxia and Xiaoging. Luo Chen was speechless. Xiaoji's hot-blooded temperament still hasn't changed. He shook his head, and took Lillie for a walk around Deadleaf City. After collecting some supplies, the two set out on the road again. Soon, they walked out of Deadleaf City and came to a small road in the forest, where there are few people. Mum. Suddenly, the Ninetales suddenly raised its head. It jumped to the ground, a pair of vertical pupils looked around coldly, and the Ninetales behind him danced wildly. Issued the most stern attack. Lillie, stop. Luokan protected Lilia behind him and watched the surrounding turmoil vigilantly. Huh. One of the Ninetales flew straight out, and blasted towards the grass not far away. At the critical moment, a figure jumped out of the grass. Not bad. The man clapped his hands, as expected of the elf I like. Looking at the middle-aged man with sunglasses and black tights, Luokan frowned. Is that you? He had seen this person, and when he challenged the Deadwood Gym, he was also watching the game in the audience. Are you from Ma Zishi? Luo Chen looked at him coldly. The man chuckled lightly. How could I be that kind of rubbish subordinate? Then what's the purpose of your presence here? Hand over all your little elves. Little devil, the elf you have cultivated are very good, and you can sell it for a good price. He looked at the Ninetales greedily. Especially it, this kind of elf that has never been seen before, its whole body just like a precious ruby. It is very fascinating. The key point is that it is still strong, and it will definitely sell for a sky-high price. Luokan's face was gloomy, and he spat out a few words. The elf hunter. It's quite knowledgeable. My code name is K. You can call me Hunter K. Remember this name, because he is about to take away your elf. Hunter K threw 3 pokeballs. Come out, Julie Crocodile, Overlord Flower, Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus. The 3 little elves surrounded Luo Chen in the form of encircling circles. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Giant Crocodile. Attribute, Water. Level, Level 57, Quasi-King. Qualification, Quasi-Tianwang. Ellipsis. Then Luokan turned his gaze to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and the Overlord Flower. Are they all level 55? Luokan squinted his eyes. A quasi-celestial king and 2 elves from the elite Peaks and Peaks. Luokan also threw 2 Pokeballs. Ring Bear and Fire Dinosaur appear. Have all the elves I want arrived? At this moment, Hunter K showed a wicked smile, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Overlord Flower, Pollen. The Overlord Flower spewed out countless powder particles from the buds, filling the scene, greatly hindering people's sight. At this moment, Hunter K pressed a button on the frame of the sunglasses. A code flashed across the surface of the sunglasses, and Hunter K's vision became clear. Hunter K can clearly see the situation in the pollen through the sunglasses, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you think our elf hunters will fight you? Naive. In order to capture valuable elf hunters, our elf hunters will by all means. He took out 3 rings from behind. The texture was transparent, the inside was hollow, and there was a slight current flashing through. The 3 rings seemed to be conscious. They floated up from Hunter K's hands, and then jumped into the pollen with a bang. Ellipsis. Chapter 38. After the 3 rings flew into the pollen, they split from 3 into 6, and then from 6 into 12 small rings. These rings cut through the dense fog of pollen, and came exactly in front of Ninetales, Ring Bear, and Fire Dinosaur. The 12 rings were like handcuffs on the limbs of the Ninetales. ZZ. Receive. Hunter K said a word. These rings instantly filled with electric current, like magnets, and they were tightly adhered to each other. The Ring Bear and the Fire Dinosaur fell to the ground by surprise. Roar. Looking at the ring that glued their hands and feet together, they were very annoyed. Just as they were trying to break free, the ring flashed with electricity, and a powerful current gushed out, making the ring bear their powerlessness. Don't bother, it's impossible for you to break free. Little devil, I will accept your little elf, thank you for your hospitality. Hunter K pressed a button on his arm. Not far away, a hot air balloon flew over and lowered the ladder. He climbed up the hot air balloon along the ladder, and he was very agile. After it got on the hot air balloon, it operated on the machine on the hot air balloon again. ZZ. Immediately, the electric current flickered at the bottom of the hot air balloon, forming a huge suction force, which firmly sucked the Ninetales on the ground to the bottom. Hunter K took back his elf. Let's go. Bye, remember, the one who took your elf, Hunter K. Just when he was about to leave, among the pollen, Luo Chen's words came faintly. Do you really think you have the chance to win? In fact, the reason why I let you jump for so long is that I want to see what means you elf hunters have. Luochen and Lillie slowly walked out of the dense fog of pollen. He looked at Hunter K and said blankly, but your methods have disappointed me too much. I remember some advanced elf hunters, they seem to have stealth planes. I didn't expect you to still use such a low-heat balloon. Actually, I still have an elf, do you need to capture it together? Looking at this calm little devil, Hunter K felt a sense of unease in his heart for some reason, as if he was being targeted by some kind of terrifying existence. He once had this feeling like a man on his back. When he was accompanying the organization to round up Gulatin, he felt it on Gulatin. However, now he actually felt it again in a kid. It's hell. Hunter K scolded secretly. He always believed in this intuition, and this was the reason why he was able to survive in the operation of rounding up Gulatin. He quickly controlled the hot air balloon to rise, and then drove away. After flying far away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an illusion. Awkward roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded, and a powerful coercion filled the world. In the forest, countless birds and elves flapped their wings in horror, but they couldn't fly. What happened? Hunter K looked at this scene in horror. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hurricane blowing beside him. You are too slow. A familiar voice sounded beside him, making his scalp tingle. He stared up in a daze, and when he saw the elf that Luo Chen was riding, his eyes shrank. Quick dragon. You still have a quick dragon. Are you a member of the Yulong family? When Hunter K talked about the Yulong family, his face changed dramatically. No. Hearing this, Hunter K took a deep breath, calmed down, stared at Luochen again, showing a greedy look. It's fine, boy, you have so many good things on your body, just take your fast dragon one. And caught it. Huailong is hard to find. Because of the monstrous power of the Yulong family, no elf hunter dared to arrest the fast dragon of the Yulong family. There was once an organization of elf hunters who robbed a junior of the Yulong family because of the sap of a junior of the Yulong family and robbed his mini dragon. As a result, in less than a day, the hunter organization, from top to bottom, was all bloodied. Since then, no one has dared to fight the mini dragon and the idea of its evolutionary type. And there are too few miniature dragons exposed, and some trainers with fast dragons are too strong, and the elf hunters dare not brush their beards at all. This has also led to the fact that the fast dragon has no market price in the market. Then I also received your fast dragon. Hunter K took out a few rings and threw them at Kuailong. XXX. Click. Kuailong glanced at it disdainfully, stretched out his hand, and crushed it like he was pinching mud. Hunter K was a little surprised, as expected of a fast dragon. He threw the Pokeball, his most powerful Pokemon. The giant crocodile was thrown out. The giant crocodile just appeared. Roar! Kuailong exhaled a rough breath from his nose, and a powerful pressure was released. The giant crocodile shuddered suddenly, jumped in horror, and in a panic, it turned into a beam of light and returned to the Pokeball. Hunter K's eyes widened, knowing that his giant crocodile was the quasi-celestial king. Why was this fast dragon able to frighten the quasi-celestial king's giant crocodile and flee without a fight? He suddenly thought of a possibility and swallowed hard. He looked at Luo Chen with endless horror in his eyes. His face was pale, and his body was shaking. You fast dragon, you are the king of heaven. Aha, why not? Ellipsis. Chapter 39. Hunter K stepped back and fear filled his heart. How could a king-level fast dragon be a king-level fast dragon? In his heart, he has already greeted the 18th generations of the ancestors of the Yulong family, and to be able to reveal such a fast dragon with unbelievable aptitude, is the whole family eating shit. Hunter K is also very regretful now. He thought he had caught a big fish. Who the hell knew that it was a big shark after he caught it, or a ferocious giant shark who could easily kill himself? At this time, he was even more beeping like a wind speed dog. Little devil, let me go, I will return your little elf to you. Do you think the initiative is in your hands now? You are not qualified to bargain with me. Hunter K stared at Luoken. In these ring devices, I installed a self-destruction program. With these rings, you can't take them back to the Pokeball. Are you sure you want to break the net? The fish died and the net broke. Luo Chen showed a hint of sneer. The fish will die, but the net will not break. Do you really think you can catch them with rubbish iron? Naive. Kurama. Whoosh. Juwei's tails moved in unison, and instantly ripped apart himself, the ring bear and the ring on the fire dinosaur. The figures of the three little elves fell from the sky straight to the ground. Luoken took the circle bear and the fire dinosaur back to the Pokeball. The nine-tailed tail moved, wrapped around the neck of the fast dragon. The tail retracted and drove the body. It stood on the top of the fast dragon's head. Now, what are you going to use to kill the fish? Hunter K's face was ashes, and the last chip in his hand was gone. Quick dragon. Roar. The fast dragon, who couldn't bear it for a long time, shook its wings, hunting in the strong wind, and the hot air balloon was blown up and down, and it fell directly to the ground. The hot air balloon was forced to drop to the ground. Which hunter are you organized by? People or the chopping board? I am the fish, and the Hunter K also knows that the person who understands the current affairs is Junji. He answered honestly, there is no organization. The organization used to round up Gulatin and was destroyed. Luoken was also a little surprised that his previous organization even went to round up Gulatin. I now form a hunting group with some solo hunters. Solo hunter, Hunter K. While chanting Hunter K's name, another name appeared in Luoken's mind. Hunter J, do you know him? Hunter K was a little surprised. I know, he is the head of our hunting group. Where is your base? Steel City in the Sheno area. Our members are generally active in the Sheno area. Luo Chen nodded. He could go for a walk later when he had time. Okay, I'm done asking. Go see Miss Junsha with me. Hunter K's complexion changed greatly. Once these elf hunters were caught by Junsha, they would be able to sit in the prison immediately. Wait, let me go, I'll give you something. What? In order to save his life, Hunter K returned to the hot air balloon and took out an elf egg. This is it, I will trade it for my freedom. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, mysterious elf egg. Property, unknown. Grade. Qualification, divine beast. Ellipsis. Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. It was actually the aptitude of a divine beast. This elf egg is not ordinary. Where did you get it? Gulatin's lair, he answered honestly. Is this the only one? Only this one. He looked into Luo Chen's eyes and replied, with sincerity in his eyes. What if I find the second elf egg? Luo Chen held his hands behind his back and looked at him lightly. Hunter K felt a pressure under Luokan's gaze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. There is one more. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Does it really exist? He wanted to blow him up, but he really did blow up. He returned to the hot air balloon, took out an elf egg from a dark compartment and handed it to Luokan, with extreme reluctance in his eyes. This was the elf egg he brought out from the old lair of Gulatin only after his near death. The Eye of Probing. Name, mysterious elf egg. Property, unknown. Rank. Qualification, divine beast. Ellipsis. The data is exactly the same as the elf egg before. Then I can go now. Hunter K looked at Luokan with hope. Well, that's okay. Hunter K's face lit up with joy. But as a punishment for daring to hit me, you should sleep for a while. Boom. The nine-tailed tail twitched at the back of his neck, and Hunter K instantly fainted. Ellipsis. Luokan put away the elf egg, took the fast dragon, and returned to the place before. Falling dust, are you okay? As soon as they landed, Lillie came up to meet her with some worry in her eyes. Taking Kuailong back to the Pokeball, Luokan smiled. How could something happen to me? Pouty, do you know how worried I am about you? That is the unscrupulous elf hunter G. Elf hunters exist in this world similar to terrorist organizations. Okay, I was wrong, it took so long, let's go. While fighting, the two set off again. Time flies by. After 3 days, Luokan and Lillie came to a dock city. Ellipsis. Chapter 40. The city is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and is built on a peninsula. The unique geographical location makes the city very rich. On the wharf, there are many giant ships full of goods, and many heroic and strange forces are loading and unloading goods. There are a lot of boats coming and going. In addition to being a giant port city, this city is also a holy place for tourism, a paradise for countless people, and a commercial center in the Kanto region. Here, you can buy clothes from all over the world and eat delicious food from different regions. It also has the largest amusement park in the entire Kanto. At the same time, the largest and most luxurious hotel in the Kanto region is also located here. This hotel is built on the bottom of the sea and is surrounded by countless corals. Ellipsis. Luokan and Lillie walked into the city. The streets were crowded with people, very lively, and the shops on both sides of the road were already crowded with tourists. Walking forward, the two came to the most luxurious hotel in the city. This hotel is like a bottom-down bowl, which is upside down on the bottom of the sea. Guest, hello, please show your proof of funds. A maid walked out and held out her hand to block Luo Chen's path. Due to the special nature of this hotel, the cost per night is very expensive, and people without certain assets are not even eligible to stay. Is this enough? Luo Chen took out a purple card from his pocket. Looking at this card, a hint of respect flashed in the maid's eyes. She bowed her body. Please come with me. She took Luokan and Lillie to the transparent sightseeing elevator. The entire elevator passage was like a transparent water pipe, going from the surface to the bottom of the sea. The sightseeing elevator slowly drove away from it, crossed the sea, and entered the sea. In an instant, a completely different world appeared in the eyes of Luokan and Lillie. XXX. The sun shines down, the sea surface is refracted, and the seabed is rendered colorful, and the creatures are bathed in the bright and warm seawater. Looking down, there are endless coral groups, countless translucent schools of fish, and exquisitely carved jellyfish hunt and play in the coral groups, and shells are opening their mouths on the soft sea sand, spitting out a series of bubbles. The hotel is located in the center of the coral group, wrapped by the entire coral group. Although everything in front of him was beautiful, Luo Chen frowned. He always felt that the seabed in front of him was a little weird, as if something was missing. He lowered his head in thought, and glanced at the 9 tails in his arms. Luokan raised his brows and finally knew what was wrong. Taking the sightseeing elevator all the way down, he has never seen an elf, not even the Carp King on the worst street. All he sees are some ordinary sea creatures. Logically speaking, the sea should be the area with the most fairies. He turned his head to the maid beside him and said, "Why haven't I seen the elf all the way down?" Guessed, because some elves are not very friendly to humans and will attack the building of the hotel. We installed a sonar on the seabed and drove them all out. The maid pointed to the 2 huge speakers next to the underwater hotel. These speakers can emit a disturbing sound wave. This kind of sound wave is the kind of sound wave that water elves hate the most, but please be careful, this kind of sound wave is only of the water system. Only the elf can hear it, and the sensory organs of the elf with other attributes cannot receive such sound waves. Soon, they came to the inside of the underwater bowl-shaped building. After paying the money, the 2 chose a room and checked in. The walls of the room are also made of glass, so you can clearly see the seabed. In the room, you can feel that you are surrounded by seawater, and the seawater is everywhere you see. Compare tilde. Unzip the backpack. Snow Rabbi floated out, full of curiosity about everything around him, very excited, and walked around the room. However, this excitement didn't last long, and Celebi stagnated in the air, staring at the 2 sonar loudspeakers next to him. By tilde BB. It pointed to the loudspeaker outside and shouted anxiously at Luo Chen. "Don't worry, this hotel will be over soon. Enjoy while you can." Luo Chen put Celebi in his palm and comforted him. He had already thought of this port city, where the hell it was. Ellipsis. The next day, Luokan and Lillie were playing on the playground. They were sitting on a huge Ferris wheel. Each box was about the size of a small bus and could accommodate more than 10 people. The Ferris wheel slowly rose to the highest point. Suddenly, someone stood up and pointed overboard. "What is that blue light?" In the distance, the coastline suddenly shrouded in thick fog. A blue object appeared in the sky at a height of 100 meters. Under the sunlight, it radiated a hazy blue light, covering a very wide distance. At this moment, someone stared at this blue light for a long time. He jumped up and sat on the ground, his face turned pale, and he screamed. "That's not blue light, that's a tsunami. God, a 100-meter-high tsunami. Are you kidding me?" Ellipsis. Chapter 41. At this moment, the people in the other boxes on the Ferris wheel also discovered this scene, and looked out of the window blankly, watching this extremely shocking scene. The people on the ground also raised their heads one after another. Then, the commotion begins. Screams resounded in every corner of the city. From a height of 100 meters, Luokan could hear the screams of panic coming from his ears. Luokan stood outside the window of the Ferris wheel. Looking down, he could see that in the city, everyone was running wildly, densely packed, and there were a lot of people. Soon, the tsunami struck with the mighty power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The buildings near the coast were smashed into pieces in an instant, as if they were made of mud. The tsunami rushed into the city like a ferocious beast, carrying countless debris and ruins. During the wanton cholera, batches of buildings were swept away, and the streets were destroyed in an inhuman form. Fortunately, the citizens escaped in time and did not cause too many casualties. After a few minutes, the terrifying tsunami gradually calmed down in the area, and the seawater flowed in the city, telling the terrifying scene just now. At this time, the entire city was soaked in seawater, and the seawater on the streets was 1 meter deep. Because the amusement park where Luokan is located is far from the coast, all this tsunami was not affected. They got off the Ferris wheel. Everyone at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Someone spit out a turbid breath and said, "This natural disaster is finally over." Looking down at the dust, a natural disaster. Ended. It was just a foreshadowing just now, and the main lord has not yet appeared. Just when city residents rejoiced for the rest of their lives. Boom boom boom. There was another change on the sea surface, and a huge tsunami appeared over the coast again. This time it was more than 200 meters high. Moreover, what is different from before is that this tsunami also contains dense blue elves, and these elves came along with the tsunami. Do not. Just after calming down, the people started running wildly again. At the port, a huge ship weighing thousands of tons was lifted up and smashed into the city. A large number of high-rise buildings were flattened by the giant ship, and deep ravines slid out of the ground. At this time, the blue elf in the tsunami also rushed into the city with the tsunami. These blue elves are actually agate jellyfish. Countless agate jellyfish landed in the city, scattered one after another, and kept using their skills to destroy the buildings that could be seen in front of them and wanted people. In the sky, many trainers were riding on the flying elves, and they stared blankly at this scene. This is not some kind of natural disaster, but there are elves attacking the city. Ignore their shock. There was movement from the sea again. One wave has not settled, and another wave has risen. Another tsunami hit. Above the tsunami, there was a super invincible giant stinger jellyfish riding the waves, rushing into the city and crushing many buildings. The body of this stinger jellyfish is as high as a building. God, how could there be such a huge stinger jellyfish? Many people turned pale with fright. At the same time, this scene also has some family and alliance eyeliners passing the scene back through live broadcast. People from the major families and alliances took a deep breath when they looked at this huge stinging jellyfish. This stinger jellyfish should have the strength of a king, right? Wharf City is the economic center of our Kanto region. We cannot just be destroyed by it, otherwise our Kanto economy will be hit hard. Who are the 4 heavenly kings around there? Report. No, it will take a day for the latest to arrive. Damn, connect the major families immediately. The top leaders of the alliance made connections with the patriarchs of the major families. Who in your family has a powerful person near the port city? No, no one from our Yulong family is around there. The senior members of our Sasaki family have tasks, and there is no one around there. Our Aoki family too, no. Us. The top leaders of the alliance were secretly annoyed. They were more active than anyone else in distributing benefits, and they had many excuses when they needed their efforts. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the live broadcast screen, which shocked the top leaders of the alliance and the patriarchs of the major families. Ellipsis. Chapter 42. On the screen. Countless tyrannosaurs swam ashore, united with the agate jellyfish, cooperated with each other, and launched an attack on the city. How is that possible? How could the Tyrannosaurus be united with the agate jellyfish? Many clan chiefs exclaimed, knowing that the violent carp dragon's temperament is very violent, and it is absolutely impossible to unite with the agate jellyfish. Look, what is that? On the screen, a thick fog suddenly rolled on the sea, and an incomparably huge figure walked over from the sea step by step. Its body is twice as big as that of the giant stinging jellyfish. From a distance, it looks like a giant mountain. Because of the thick fog, people can't see its specific appearance. Finally, this huge elf came ashore. With the rumbling vibration, it came to the side of the giant stinger jellyfish. And its appearance finally appeared in the eyes of many patriarchs and alliances. Looking at the appearance of this little elf, there are many noble beings with terrifyingly large identities present, all of them staring blankly, and their eyes almost fell. There was a brief silence in the virtual conference room. A few seconds later, the family patriarchs shouted as if they had taken medicine, "We are willing to deal with this matter, and I will send the top combat power of our family over there." Our family too, our family now has a master around there. So are we. The alliance sneered. Just now, they were afraid to avoid them, but now they are rushing to go. Looking at the scene on the screen, the people at the top of the alliance were also very shocked. He said to the deputy behind him, "Immediately send the 4 kings to the dock city." At this time, boom! The patriarch of the Yulong family stood up with a swipe, and the chair behind him fell to the ground. He stared at the screen with scarlet eyes, his body was shaking violently, and his heart was extremely restless. He slapped the table violently, and the whole person, like a madman, was roaring and roaring. "Our Yulong family will also contribute. I will personally lead the team there." Ellipsis. In the dock city, Luokan was also shocked when he looked at the figure that was even bigger than the stinger jellyfish, and his heart was shocked. Super ancient, fast dragon. The super ancient fast dragon that disappeared in the Zhengwei Pagoda before, did not expect to see it here. XXX. Luokan looked at the giant stinger jellyfish, and a conjecture flashed in his heart. This super ancient fast dragon should have regarded this giant stinger jellyfish as a partner. But Luokan knew that this stinger jellyfish only mutated to make it so huge. It wasn't a super ancient stinger jellyfish. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, stinger jellyfish. Attributes, water, poison. Level 65. Qualification, King of Heaven. Evaluation, this is a mutated stinger jellyfish. Ellipsis. Then, Luo Chen half squinted his eyes and set his eyes on the super ancient fast dragon. The Eye of Probing. Name, super ancient fast dragon. Attributes, dragon, flying. Level 90, level 3 divine beast. Qualification, level 2 divine beast. Comment, due to an accident, the fast dragon that lived from the super ancient period to the present has only recently woken up, and its destructive power is very amazing. It is now looking for a partner. Ellipsis. Just when falling dust was looking at them, the super ancient dragon and the giant stinger jellyfish have launched an attack. The super ancient fast dragon opened its mouth wide, and a huge incomparable white light blazed out from its mouth. Boom! Countless people's eardrums trembled, and they couldn't help covering their ears. A huge destructive death light shot into the ground, and an incomparably huge mushroom cloud was pulled up from the flat ground and expanded toward the sky. The hurricane blew up, causing people to keep rolling backwards, and the ruins of countless buildings were blown up hundreds of meters away. Driven by the strong wind, countless smoke and dust ran around in the ruins of the city. For a long time, the smoke dissipates. A huge crater with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the scene, and it was bottomless. There were objects similar to lava rolling on the edge, and, under this blow, some substances were directly annihilated. The blow of this divine beast-level combat power is so terrifying. Moreover, looking at the relaxed look of the super ancient fast dragon, it is obvious that it did not do its best in the blow just now. Ellipsis. 3 chapters are finished. Go to sleep. Good night, handsome guys. Chapter 43. Not far away, under Junxia's effective organization, almost half of the trainers in the city gathered around her, ready to fight back. They looked at the huge pit in the distance, and an incomparably terrifying scene appeared in their eyes. Difficulty swallowing saliva, cold sweat dripping. Can we really be able to defeat this monster? A trainer said these words to Junxia tremblingly, looking horrified. Looking at the terrifying scene caused by the super ancient fast dragon, Junxia was also trembling with fear. Her back was cold, and her pair of tui couldn't help trembling. She tried to calm down her heart, kept hypnotizing herself, and comforted the trainers. It's okay, the Alliance and the major families have already sent people to support. We just need to drive out those agate jellyfish and Tyrannosaurus dragons. Already. Immediately afterwards, she looked at the super ancient fast dragon and the giant stinger jellyfish, her voice trembling slightly. As for these 2 big guys, the experts from the own alliance and major families will deal with them. They are definitely not the opponents of the alliance and the major families. So in order to defend our homeland, we must hold out until the arrival of support from the Alliance, and we can't just let them destroy our homeland wantonly like this. Under Junsha's strong persuasion, the trainers also regained their fighting spirit and released their little elves one by one. The white light flashed on the scene, which was very dazzling. Soon, the white light dissipated. In an instant, flying in the sky, swimming in the sea, running on the ground. A variety of elves with different attributes appeared on the scene, colorful and dense. However, Luokan found that among this group of elves, the top fighting force was the elite. There were more than 10 of them, and the highest level of them was only level 55, which was at the peak of the elite. Everyone has high fighting spirit, forming a torrent to fight against the tyrannical carp dragon and agate jellyfish, and launched a fierce battle. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen smiled and threw 2 pokeballs. The figures of Fire Dinosaur and Ring Bear appeared at the scene. The 2 of you should also go get some experience. Luokan didn't want to release the fast dragon at this time. In the midst of the Elf Alliance army that didn't even have a quasi-celestial king, a fast dragon at the level of a heavenly king suddenly appeared. The cliff was an incandescent lamp at night. It was too conspicuous. It will be attacked by tyrannosaurs and agate jellyfish. In that case, even if Kuailong is the king of heaven, it can't withstand the attacks of so many tyrannical carp dragons and agate jellyfish, and there are 2 big bosses in the distance. Although Luokan also really wanted to see the scene where he met his ancestor Kuailong and the super ancient Kuailong, but now is not the time. Ellipsis. The ring bears and fire dinosaurs blended into the Pokemon Alliance army. The elf army was pressing towards the tyrannical carp dragon and the agate jellyfish group. Soon, the 2 collided with each other. For a while, destroying the dead light, freezing the light, flying leaves and knives, rock block. All kinds of skills are flying all over the sky, bursting in the air like fireworks, colorful. Because the army of the Elf Alliance has the command of the trainer, all the elves can be twisted into a rope and cooperate with each other. On the other hand, the tyrannical carp dragon and the agate jellyfish group were like a piece of loose sand, fighting each other without any method. Soon, these tyrannical carp dragon and agate jellyfish group were beaten and retreated. Just when the army of the Elf Alliance was pumping up its strength and preparing to chase them into the sea, the huge stinger jellyfish moved, and it rushed forward like a tank. It waved its incomparably huge tentacles and slammed it into the army of the Elf Alliance. Boom! In an instant, thousands of troops were swept away, and countless elves were shot into the air and lost consciousness. The huge poisonous thorn jumped into the army of the Elf Alliance, without using any skills to attack, and just crushed it with his incomparably huge body. Soon, in front of the absolute strength of the giant stinger jellyfish, most of the army of the Elf Alliance, which was still in high spirits just now, was already lying on the ground, and the rest collapsed and fled everywhere. We can't beat them, it's not a level at all. Some trainers sat on the ground, stunned. Hold on, the Alliance's support is coming soon, don't give up. Junsha is constantly persuading. However, no one listened to her, and everyone was downcast. Far away. The giant stinger jellyfish is still chasing the fleeing elf. Roar. A loud roar came. Look at all, that's Circle Bear. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone looked at his hand. Not far away, a Wanwan bear was bathed in white light, its body was slowly expanding, and its size was more than 5 times larger than that of ordinary Wanwan bears. It let out a roar in its mouth, forcibly resisting the attack of the giant stinging jellyfish. The thing that stunned them the most was yet to come. Ring Bear let out another roar. It pulled the tentacles of the giant sting jellyfish and slammed it hard. Under the action of the powerful force, the huge sting jellyfish stumbled, and its huge body collapsed suddenly, crushing many buildings. Good, very strong. Ellipsis. Chapter 44. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having an elf who has been promoted to the quasi-celestial king, and a green lottery ticket will be awarded. As the white light on Wanwan Shang disappeared, the system's prompt also sounded in Luokan's mind. Luokan looked at Xuanzhuanshang, who was fighting with the giant sting jellyfish in the distance, and nodded secretly. Xuanquanshang was already at the peak of the elite before, and now he has finally been promoted to the quasi-celestial king. The giant stinging jellyfish stood up from the ground, the ruby on its forehead emitted a faint red light, and suddenly a spiritual force radiated around it, centered on it. It glared at the circle bear, then looked around. Lots of fairies around. You are all elves, why do you want to help humans deal with us? The rich voice echoed in the minds of all the people and the elf at the scene. Giant sting jellyfish, why are you attacking our human city? Junsha stood up and shouted at the giant stinger jellyfish. Your human city, ha 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 ha. An incomparably huge laugh sounded, and there was a deep anger hidden in this laughter. This peninsula and all the waters around the island are the home of our water elves. You humans are privately building construction on this island. We once chose to be humble and retreat to the coral group in the offshore, which is our last home. The last piece. However, we were wrong. Our repeated humility will only make you worse. You humans will not let go of our last piece of homeland. Sonar drove us out of our homes. We want revenge, and we want you to try the taste of your home being destroyed. Even if it is death, I will not hesitate. The giant stinger jellyfish roared hysterically. Its eyes were scarlet, looking at the many elves recovered by the trainer. So whether you will let it go, I will give you one more chance. After a few seconds. Humans lackey, good, very good. It laughed angrily. Attack me. It gave orders to all the agate jellyfish. On the other side. Roar. The super ancient fast dragon also let out a roar. All the tyrannosaurs quickly lined up and attacked again along with the agate jellyfish. Bang bang bang. The explosions continued one after another, and the whole city was filled with smoke. And the elf on the human side was scared by the giant stinger jellyfish just now. The entire battlefield showed a one-sided crushing. Humans were forced to retreat again and again. In the end, they were forced to completely withdraw from the city. They had to stand on the hillside outside the city and watch their city fall. At this time, the wharf city has been occupied by agate jellyfish and tyrannical carp dragons. They are destroying the city wantonly. The wharf city, which was rich and prosperous yesterday, has now been reduced to wasteland, and the smoke of gunpowder is billowing in the sky above the city. When everyone was forced to leave the city, Luokan and Lillie didn't leave. They were now at the top of a tall building that was broken by their lazy waste, watching all this. Not far away, Wanwan Bear was fighting against the giant stinger jellyfish. As for the fire dinosaur, Luokan had already taken it back into the Pokeball. In front of a building-high giant stinger jellyfish, Circle Bear is like a small two-story house. XXX. Under the fierce attack of the giant stinger jellyfish, the Circle Bear had to passively defend. Although it has been promoted to the quasi-king jellyfish, don't forget. Its opponent is a giant stinging jellyfish. Boom. In the end, Circle Bear was still defeated by the giant stinger jellyfish. In a moment of daze, a huge tentacle volleyed and smashed a deep ravine on the ground. The soil splashed up and rolled to both sides. And because the Circle Bear couldn't avoid it, it was still affected by the tentacles. It flew out and fell on the ruins. Although it didn't lose consciousness, it didn't have the strength to fight again. Seeing this, Luo Chen took it back to the Pokeball. Shish. Suddenly, a sonic boom came from the sky. Luokan looked up and saw more than a dozen people riding on little elves cut through the sky on the horizon, and soon came to the sky above the dock city. Looking at the elf they were riding, Luo Chen's eyes widened, a little surprised. The little elves riding on these 10 people are all fat, that is, the Kanto quasi-god, Kuailong. And there is only one family that can take out so many fast dragons at one time. Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said softly, "What about the Yulong family?" As soon as he finished speaking, a Pokeball around his waist started beating non-stop. Luokan patted the Pokeball. "Don't worry, you will be able to play soon, then let them surprise you." Hearing this, it quieted down. After the Yulong family stagnated in the air for a few seconds, they quickly began to act again. Remember, cooperate with each other and catch the alive, our purpose is to subdue it. Yes. The sonic boom cut through the sky again. Looking at the direction they flew, the corners of Luokan's mouth turned upwards slightly, and he turned his eyes to the distance. Ever since he issued a destructive death light, a super ancient fast dragon that has not moved at all. The goal of the Yulong family is really the super ancient fast dragon. I hope you will not feel hopeless. Luokan showed a playful smile. Ellipsis. Chapter 45. The 13 members of the Yulong family first asked Kuailong to place himself on the top of a safe high-rise building. Then they ordered the fast dragon to fly towards the super ancient fast dragon not far away. These 13 fast dragons flew to the side of the super ancient fast dragon and circled around it. In that picture, the super ancient fast dragon looks like an adult. And the 13 fast dragons hovering around it are like 13 larger dragonflies. Well, it is such a sense of sight. Luo Chen stared at this scene. He was investigating the levels of these 13 fast dragons. The 7 are only the first level heavenly kings. The 3 are only at the peak of the King of Heaven. 2 heavenly kings, at the beginning and the peak of the heavenly kings. And there's... Luo Chen turned his eyes to the fast dragon, which was a bit bigger than his head, and he slowly spit out 3 words, quasi-champion. Luokan also had to sigh. The Yulong family is worthy of a wealthy family. There are 7 quasi-celestial kings, 3 quasi-celestial kings, 2 celestial kings, and 1 quasi-champion. But, Luo Chen's voice changed again, and he said lightly, although this lineup is luxurious, but to capture the super ancient fast dragon, that's a long way. Roar. The fast dragons roared. Dragon god swoops. Dragon wings. Dragon's fury. Destruction of death light. Freezing light. 100,000 volts. The 13 fast dragons each stood in a friendly battle formation, scattered in the sky, forming a vague encirclement pattern. Interesting. Luo Chen carefully looked at their standing positions and found that there was a mystery inside. Although these 13 fast dragons stood very wide, there was a faint connection between them. No matter how the super ancient fast dragons avoided, they would face the skills of at least 5 fast dragons. Attacking, in other words, means that there is no way to dodge. No matter how hard you dodge, you will be attacked. The sky is colorfully rendered by their skills. The huge body of the super ancient fast dragon is like a target. Bang! The big explosion came. All skills hit the super ancient fast dragon one after another, and in an instant, most of its huge body was filled with the smoke of the explosion. Is it all right? The members of the Yulong family were vaguely expecting. Roar tilde ang. A huge roar came out, the sound almost formed substance, ripples appeared in the air, and the clouds above the sky were shaken and collapsed, and there were no clouds in the sky. This roar eventually became a huge sound wave with no dead-end attack. The 13 fast dragons fell heavily into the city as if they had broken their wings. At the same time, the figure of the super ancient fast dragon also reappeared. His body was oppressive, and the air around him was distorted, like a demon. And the super ancient fast dragon, unscathed. Impossible. The members of the Yulong family were horrified. On the ground, 13 fast dragons climbed out of the ruins. But, the Yulong family seems to find that something is wrong with them, and their eyes are a little scarlet. Boom. 7 fast dragons with scarlet eyes attacked other fast dragons. They were caught off guard, and the remaining 7 fast dragons were knocked out. Kailong, what's the matter with you? The trainer of the 7 fast dragons who were in a bad state said anxiously. Roar. The 7 fast dragons didn't pay attention, but roared at them, then flew into the sky and came to the side of the super ancient fast dragon, like guards, guarding its left and right. These 7 fast dragons rebelled. How come? They exclaimed. Among the 13 members of the Yulong family, one of the more dignified middle-aged people had a gloomy face and was very afraid. the coercion of this huge fast dragon can actually force our fast dragon to surrender. This is simply one of the fast dragons. King. Oh, roar. The ultra-ancient fast dragon roared at the remaining 7 fast dragons again, pressing them away with coercion. Immediately. Another 3 fast dragons let out a low cry. They lowered their heads and spread their wings. They also acted as guards beside the super ancient fast dragons. In just a few minutes, Yulong of the 13 fast dragons brought by the family, 10 have defected. Take them back. The fast dragons below the Heavenly King have no way to withstand its pressure and will surrender to it. The majestic middle-aged man said again. Yes. 10 people stood up and took the 10 traitorous dragons back to the Pokeball. Shish. At this time, there was another sound of breaking air in the sky, and the support of the rest of the family and the alliance finally arrived at this time. They landed on the roof where the Yulong family stood. Deputy Chief of Yulong, it seems that the strength of this huge fast dragon has exceeded our expectations. Let's unite and defeat it together. They said to the dignified middle-aged man in the Yulong family. Although the deputy patriarch of the Yulong family was a little unwilling, their Yulong family wanted to swallow this huge fast dragon, but now the only way is to join forces, he nodded. Then all the families unite together. Various rare elves appeared on the ground. Huge gold fast, cannon light cannon. Quick dragon, destroy the death light. Chunglong, freeze the light. All the elves used their distant attack skills. These skills converged in the air to form a huge beam of light, carrying the power to destroy the sky and the earth and slammed into the super ancient fast dragon. Hold head high. The super ancient fast dragon let out a painful howl, its wings vibrated, it got rid of the damage of the skill, flew into the sky, and finally disappeared from people's sight. Oops, let it escape. No, he didn't escape, let's escape. The Yulong family, who was most familiar with Kuailong, was extremely terrified. Why? Look at the sky for yourselves. The Yulong family said something, and released their fast dragons as if they were running away, fleeing into the distance. Everyone at the scene looked up to the sky, their eyeballs shrank suddenly, all of them froze and fled. Above the sky, the ultra-ancient fast dragon was falling towards the ground, with sparks emitting from its body, which were sparks that rubbed and burned with the air. Damn it! Luokan released the fast dragon and fled with Lillie. Looking at the super ancient fast dragon in the sky, Luo Chen heard a line from Master Xing for some reason. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a casserole? Luo Chen said that he had never seen a fist the size of a casserole, but have you ever seen a mountain-sized dragon swooping down? This is simply a small hill-like meteorite that hits the ground, and those who don't run are idiots. Chapter 46. Run, run as far as you want. The people from the major families let out a roar, rode on the elf to cut through the sky, and fled into the distance in horror. Above the sky, the body of the super ancient fast dragon was constantly rubbing against the air, and under the action of the acceleration of gravity, the speed skyrocketed. The flames burning all over his body have changed from red to blue, and a spectacle as gorgeous as the aurora is drawn behind him, which looks very dreamy under the cloudless and blue sky. But no one stopped to appreciate such a spectacle. On the ground, everyone was riding on their little elves, fleeing frantically. The giant stinger jellyfish was no exception, it roared. All the agate jellyfish and tyrannosaurs left the city one after another and rushed towards the coast. The speed of the super ancient fast dragon's descent is still skyrocketing, forming a huge air pressure, pressing towards the ground. The air made an overwhelmed and harsh sound, the wind was roaring, people were fleeing, the sea was ebbing, and the entire sea was concave, forming an inward arc. XXX. Before the super ancient fast dragon arrived, the shocking flames it carried on its body were already so terrifying. Finally. Hold head high. With a loud roar, the gigantic fast dragon swooping down using the dragon god crashed into the dock city and collided with it. In an instant. The whole world seemed to be silent, there was no sound, as if deaf, people could only hear the violent breathing and heartbeat of their own body. The world seemed to freeze, like a black and white picture. Finally, boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, shaking the earth and the mountains. It was like a nuclear bomb exploded, and the sky was full of fire, and the scene seemed to be a sun blasting open. The red flames were bright, and the scene was full of horror. A supergiant mushroom cloud was pulled up, and the thick smoke billowed into the sky, covering the entire sky, like the end of the world. During this huge shock, countless people could not even stand up, stumbled and fell to the ground, rolled out very far, and were very embarrassed. Tilde. A harsh screeching sound resounded, making the eardrums bulge. A huge shock wave was centered on the mushroom cloud, and an invisible blue ripple appeared in the air, radiating into the distance, carrying strong winds. In the sky, some people who escaped at a slower speed were quickly caught up by the shock wave, and the flying elves wailed one after another, scattered countless scattered feathers in the air, and then fell toward the ground like a sieve. After the explosion and shock wave, what followed was the sea water surging up, swaying in the air, and then forming a drifting heavy rain. The whole world was covered by the spreading smoke and dust, and the tiny dust particles floated in the air. When you took a breath, you could feel a burning pain in your throat, and the visibility was very low. Countless people stood on the top of a mountain far away from the dock city. They were very embarrassed and suffered some minor injuries. But at this time, he didn't pay any attention to the injuries on his body. He stretched his neck and looked forward to each and every one of them. He really wanted to know what was going on in the dock city. This feast of smoke and dust lasted for more than an hour before slowly dissipating. The figure of Dock City appeared for the first time after the big explosion. Impossible! Some members of the family shouted without image, their legs softened with fright, and they fell to the ground. We all underestimated it. The strength of this huge fast dragon is no less than that of some legendary elves. The deputy chief of the Yulong family said these words tremblingly. I never thought that I would still survive after provoking such a monster. Ellipsis. High in the sky. Fuck you, uncle, it's so fierce. Luo Chen's eyes exploded with a foul language, his tongue knotted in shock, and he looked at the ground in shock. At this time, the dock city built on the peninsula no longer exists. The power of the divine beast is so terrifying. Half of the entire peninsula has been torn apart. Luo Chen doesn't know how to describe it. If I had to describe it, it would be like a piece of flow the size of a palm floating in a bucket, and then you took a hammer smash it down vigorously. Then the picture is more like the dock city at this time. Looking at the super ancient fast dragon, the falling fast dragon's eyes flashed with a strong fighting intent, the small corners above his head exuded a faint black light, and the momentum on his body also began to skyrocket. Roar. Ellipsis. At the top of the mountain, a roar came from the ears of many families who were preparing to retreat. They turned their heads and looked suspiciously, only to see a fast dragon in the sky carrying two people, flying towards the huge fast dragon. It is heading for the giant fast dragon provocative. For a time, everyone looked at the Yulong family, as if they were looking at a fool. A thought flashed through their minds. Are the Yulong family members mentally retarded? Dare to provoke that huge fast dragon, really not afraid of death. But the members of the Yulong family were stunned, and they quickly waved their hands. That Kuailong is not from our family. Ellipsis. Chapter 47. Everyone looked suspicious. Based on their understanding of the Yulong family, the Yulong family was absolutely able to do such a thing. Really, it really doesn't belong to our family. The people of the Yulong family were also a little depressed. No, there is really a fool to mess with it. I want to see how miserable that fool will die. The people of Yulong family vaguely feel that the other party's fast dragon seems to be familiar, but they can't remember where they have seen it. Ellipsis. There are two flowers, one for each. The other side. Ancestral Kuailong roared lowly at Luokan on his back, his eyes fixed on the super ancient Kuailong, and fierce fighting intent erupted from his body. Do you want to fight it? Kuailong nodded. Okay, I see. Luo Chen's eyes became serious. He looked at the super ancient fast dragon, the corners of his mouth turned up. Then do it. The atavistic fast dragon first put the dust on the ground, then rose into the sky, came to the front of the super ancient fast dragon, and looked at it. Roar. It roared at the super ancient fast dragon, and its aura burst into the sky, and the fighting intent in its eyes was undisguised. Looking at the fast dragon that suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, the super ancient fast dragon suddenly felt the blood was restless for some reason, and there was a kind of coercion coming towards him, forming a kind of oppressive force on him. This kind of suppression is not the suppression of the level, but the innate suppression of the blood. The bloodline on the opponent's body makes the super ancient fast dragon feel as if it is older than himself, which makes him very puzzled. Roar. The ultra ancient fast dragon returned with a courtesy, and happily followed the opponent's challenge. It roared at the atavistic fast dragon, and the breath belonging to the divine beast burst out, suppressing the atavistic momentum. The momentum of the two is opposite each other. Although the momentum of the ancient fast dragon has been suppressed by the super ancient fast dragon, like a boat in a violent storm, as if it will be washed away at any time. But for some reason, it gives the illusion that it can compete with the super ancient fast dragon, which is very contradictory. The momentum of the two is constantly rising. The small black horn on the head of the atavistic fast dragon exudes an inky glow. Roar. In the end, the atavistic fast dragon broke the stalemate, and a black light with the thickness of the arm shot out from its small horn. This is the ultimate evil trick, the wave of evil. At the moment when the wave of evil came flying, the ultra-ancient fast dragon also reacted. He directly opened his palm, grabbed the wave of evil in his hand, and a big explosion occurred, causing its palm to break a little. Then, it counterattacked, without using any skills. It just spread out its palm and slapped it hard. In the sky, Kuailong was always on guard against this opponent. One spread his wings and flexibly avoided it. However, right after that, Kuailong suddenly felt that the sky seemed to darken, as if it was blocked by something. Ha! The sound of breaking through the air came. As if the fast dragon had broken its wings, it was shot and flew out, smashed into the ground deeply, and embedded in it. And it was the tail of the super ancient fast dragon that shot it. A few minutes later, Kuailong climbed out of the pit with difficulty. His footsteps were vain, his body was very embarrassed, and he was already a little unstable. Looking at Kuailong, Luochen frowned. With just one blow, the opponent had not used his skills, and his own Kuailong was severely injured. The gap between the Heavenly King and the Divine Beast was too great. Luochen's fast dragon has a very stubborn character. Rao was injured so badly, but it still didn't flinch. It stared at the super ancient fast dragon and walked towards it step by step. Ninetails in Luochen's arms stared at Kuailong with a complicated expression, and finally it jumped down from Luochen's arms, turned into a red phantom, and galloped towards Kuailong. When it got to Kuailong's side, it didn't stop at all, and rammed straight towards Kuailong. Then, in the dazed eyes of Luochen and Lillie, the nine tails directly slammed into Kuailong's stomach, and then disappeared, as if running into Kuailong's body. The next second, Kuailong fiercely roared up to the sky, and the injuries on his body were recovering in a form visible to the naked eye. Moreover, its body also began to grow larger and taller, and soon it became not as big as the super ancient fast dragon, only one head shorter than the other. The most unbelievable thing is still to come. I saw that the fast dragon's body began to appear red energy. This red energy continuously overflowed from the surface of its skin, and finally wrapped its body like a layer of veil. It wasn't over yet, and then, the red energy at its tail began to surge again. Ya tilde. With a crisp sound, a tail composed of red energy appeared on its tailbone, like a fox's tail. Then comes the second article. Article 3. Article 4. Until the fifth article, no tail appeared again. At this time, the surface of Kuailong's body seemed to be wearing a fox-like dress. Roar. Kuai-Long feels the power in his body's strength. It showed an excited smile, roared again, the sea oscillated, and the sound wave lifted the rubble and ruins around it, forming a vacuum. Its momentum skyrocketed, soaring into the sky, not weaker than the super ancient fast dragon, and it truly rivaled it. And Luokan was stunned by the sight, so shocked that his chin almost fell to the ground. Tail, beast coat. Chapter 48. On the top of the mountain in the distance, everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes and mouths. Impossible. The deputy chief of the Yulong family shouted without image. No one can know the fast dragon better than them who have been with the fast dragon for generations. They have never seen such a strange fast dragon that can actually grow in size, and the energy attached to the surface of its body is even more strange. It can make them feel terrified from such a distance. It is truly terrifying. With the heightened body of the fast dragon, its specific appearance also clearly appeared in people's eyes. Do you think that the fast dragon looks a bit like the trash of our family? A person from the Yulong family said this weakly. Hearing this, the members of the Yulong family carefully looked at the fast dragon that suddenly became. Immediately afterwards, when they saw the small black horns on the top of the fast dragon's head and the black texture on the meat's wings, their eyeballs shrank in unison. These features were exactly the same as the waist fast dragon in the family. Yeah, it should be a coincidence. Ellipsis. At this time, the thick red energy rushed out of the fast dragon, forming a fox-shaped energy coat on the surface of the skin. Behind it, 5 fox tails condensed by red energy were swaying in the wind, and each one was like a giant column. At the same time, when the fast dragon exhales and inhales, there will be a lively red gas like a dragon, spraying out of its nose, and then collapsing in the air, blending into the tail beast coat on its body. As it breathed and breathed, the aura on its body was like a mountain torrent burst its banks, turbulent and violent, and the blood above its head was churning. XXX. 2 fast dragons the size of a mountain were looking at each other from a distance, and the air suddenly became heavy. The super ancient fast dragon looked at the same kind whose image had changed drastically, and fear flashed in his eyes. It felt a threat from the latter. This was the first time it felt a dangerous atmosphere since it woke up. Roar. The super ancient fast dragon let out a roar. The sound formed substance, oscillated the air, formed sound waves, rushed towards the fast dragon. The earth trembled. The sound wave collided with the fast dragon, and did not cause any damage, but just caused the tail beast coat on it to fluctuate slightly. Roar. Kuai-Long didn't hesitate, and responded with a roar, which was mixed with a fox-like neigh. Then, neither of the 2 fast dragons needed to do anything, but kept yelling at each other, trying to crush each other with their aura. Between the roar and the roar of the 2, the air made an overwhelmed humming sound, very sharp and harsh, making people feel that mosquitoes were eating in their ears, and people couldn't help covering their ears. The roar filled the sky and the earth, and the roar became louder and louder. The members of the Yulong family found that the elf balls around their waists were shaking non-stop, and they couldn't stop. Suddenly, the elf balls all became bigger, and then opened, white light flashed. All the fast dragons jumped out of the Pokeball by themselves, even the quasi-champion level fast dragon was no exception. After they came out, they didn't move too much, they just shook their wings and came directly in front of the 2 behemoths. These 13 fast dragons are divided into 2 waves, standing on the left and right of the ancient fast dragons, like guards. Among them, 7 flew to the super ancient fast dragon. The other 6 flew to the back of the fast dragon. It seems that the atavistic fast dragon is a bit weaker, but in fact it is not. Because there are only 6 quasi-heavenly kings and 1 heavenly king around the super ancient fast dragon. And the throwback fast dragon has 4 quasi-kings, 1 celestial king, and 1 quasi-champion. Although the number of the latter is small, it has crushed the former in terms of strength. Although their bloodlines are very high, they can directly subdue the ordinary fast dragons, but the super ancient fast dragons can only force the submission of the king-level fast dragons at most, while the atavistic fast dragons can force the quasi-champion fast dragons to submit. Through this scene, you can know which of their bloodlines is stronger or weaker. Ellipsis. What kind of monsters are they? Why are they able to drive the fast dragons? Even my quasi-champion fast dragons were not spared. The deputy patriarch of the Yulong family scolded secretly and looked at the fast dragon wearing red energy in the distance. He had a faint guess in his heart: if there was a champion-level fast dragon, would he also be directly enslaved by the opponent? Ellipsis. Hold head high. With an order. Boom. The 13 fast dragons fought with each other, and the energy around them overflowed. At this time, Huailong turned around. It bent down and spread its huge palm on the ground. To be precise, it was placed flat in front of Luokan. Roar. It let out a low roar at Luokan. Okay, I know, let's see how powerful the beast is. Luokan smiled and held Lillie's hand, and then stepped into the palm of Huailong together. Huailong placed Luokan on top of his head, and when he wore the tailed beast's coat, Luokan felt as if he had passed through a thin membrane. The moment they landed on the top of their heads, Luokan and Lillie only felt a suction from their feet, which could make them stick firmly. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, a part of the red energy on Huailong's body began to surge, and then attached to Luokan's body. In an instant, a thin layer of tailed beast coat appeared on Luokan's body, and at the same time, his eyes also became fox-like pupils. Chapter 49. Luokan felt that his mind became very clear. Feeling the change in his body, he smiled. He stood up straight, holding the small black horn on the top of the dragon's head with both hands, staring at the super ancient dragon like a torch. Is it a divine beast? He lowered his head and said to Huailong. Kailong, it's time to start working. Roar. Then let's avenge the one-tailed revenge just now, Longwei. Fallen Dust said lightly. Suddenly, the fast dragon's tail flashed a dazzling light, not only his tail, but also the tails of the 5-tailed beast's coats. These 6 tails were twisted together and slammed towards the super ancient fast dragon. Shish. This steel-like dragon tail slammed directly on the ultra-ancient fast dragon, swept it straight out, and fluttered in the sea, shaking up countless seawater, forming a rain curtain. Ellipsis. Seeing this, the giant sting jellyfish neighed, waved its tentacles, and swam ashore again, rushing towards the fast dragon. Hold head high. The super ancient fast dragon stood up from the sea, it glared at the giant stinger jellyfish, and roared. Seeing this, the giant stinger jellyfish looked a little aggrieved, but still obediently retreated into the sea. The super ancient fast dragon stared at the fast dragon, opened its mouth wide, and a huge white light condensed in front of its mouth. Destroy the death light. Fast dragon, we also use destruction death light. Huailong nodded and made the same action, and the white light also condensed and formed in its mouth. A huge beam of light emerged from their mouths at the same time, and charged towards each other. The destruction light of the ultra-ancient fast dragon is completely white, while the fast dragon is white mixed with red gas. In the end, the 2 rays of destruction collided violently in the air. The 2 stalemate each other, forming a tug of war. In the end, neither side could do anything to the other, and the 2 rays of destruction caused a big explosion in the air. Boom! The white light is dazzling, the blazing fire burns. Between the shaking of the earth and the mountains, the shock wave exploded, and the sea water rolled up and down, carrying countless seabed objects to spread around. At the center of the explosion, a seawater-free area was formed, and the soft sand on the seabed was bare. Let's go to the sea. Boom! In Luokan's order, Huailong strode meteor and stepped directly into the sea. Seeing this, the super ancient fast dragon also moved his feet, and Ting Ting rushed over. The giant claws were condensed with energy white light, shaped like claws, and shot directly at the fast dragon. This is a dragon-type skill, Dragon Claws. The fast dragon was not wrong, and used the dragon's tail again to collide with the dragon's claws. Boom! The sea water under their feet shook again. ZZ tilde. The collision between the dragon's claws and the dragon's tail is that the lightning with the thickness of the arm is colliding, lacing, and sparks are flying, which is very terrifying. In the stalemate, the super ancient fast dragon twisted its body violently, and the tail behind it also drew towards the fast dragon. Eating a mote grows a wisdom. It has been hit by this trick before. This time, the fast dragon has been prepared. At the moment when its tail is drawn, it jumps back, grabs the attacking dragon's tail with both hands, and then twists its waist. Just throw it out. Puff. The super ancient fast dragon once again plunged into the sea. Twice, both times, it was thrown into the sea by the opponent. The super ancient fast dragon was very angry. Its eyes were red, it roared, and it spread its wings and hit the fast dragon directly. We rush up too. The fast dragon also vibrated its wings and rushed up. The two fast dragons pressed their hands together and began to wrestle. At the end of the development, the two behemoths didn't need any skills, so they started a hand-to-hand fight with their bodies. Dong dong dong. The sound of fists colliding made a loud noise like a bell, and the bottom of the sea was forcibly sunk by them. Wherever they passed, corals were broken, and giant rocks on the bottom of the sea were trampled into powder. Like a big earthquake. The sea bottom is surging, and countless whirlpools are formed on the sea surface. Their battlefields shifted all the way, and soon they left the waters where the dock city is located, and they have been heading towards the deep sea. Wherever the battlefield passed, countless elves were shocked by their coercion and fled one by one. In the end, the two fast dragons were tired from fighting, and they were gasping for breath. After a while, they roared, their eyes turned red, and they fought together again. Soon, their battlefield came to an isolated island in the middle of the sea. Bang bang bang. Every time the huge fist hits, a small hill will be broken, and the rocks will splash. Large tracts of ancient forests were covered by it, they were crushed under their feet. Suddenly, the ground on which the super ancient fast dragon stepped on could not bear its pressure and collapsed downward. This sudden scene made the super ancient fast dragon a little unstable for a while, and leaned to the side. Kylong, it's now. Roar. Quick dragon, quickly seize this opportunity. Red energy wafts on the giant hand. Like a flame, it grabs the head of the super ancient speed dragon, and then smashes it to the ground. The super ancient fast dragon collided violently with the ground. A thud. The whole island trembled a few times, the ground shook, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. The fast dragon stubbornly pressed the super ancient fast dragon to the ground, and the blue veins on his arms burst out, just when the super ancient fast dragon wanted to fight back. Kuailong opened his mouth wide, forming a force of suction, and a huge black ball of light condensed in front of his mouth, and there was an unknown substance flowing inside. Looking at the black ball of light, the super ancient fast dragon felt a deadly threat, and it didn't dare to move. Ellipsis. Chapter 50. The super ancient fast dragon was pressed to the ground, and when he saw the black ball of light in front of the fast dragon's mouth, his pupils shrank, and fear flashed in his eyes. It felt a destructive energy in it, which made its heart skip a beat. If you are shot at such a close distance, you will definitely have to peel off the skin even if you don't die. For a time, the super ancient fast dragon didn't dare to move rashly. However, Rao was facing the threat of his life, and he did not choose to bow his head to Kuailong and admit defeat, but stared at Kuailong with a pair of eyes, with a hideous face. XXX. Looking at the two behemoths that finally disappeared, Luo Chen was also relieved. Their battle has almost sunk the isolated island. The entire isolated island is in a mess, the rocks are crumbling, the vegetation has been destroyed, and countless towering ancient trees are broken to the ground. What is even more shocking is the large crack that almost traverses the entire island. This crack almost split the island in half. The super ancient Kuailong didn't admit defeat, and Kuailong didn't withdraw the huge-tailed beast Jade. Looking at the two fast dragons who were stuck together again, Luo Chen was helpless, one was more stubborn than the other. He took Lillie's hand and fell from the top of the fast dragon to the ground, and came to the front of the super ancient fast dragon. "Are you looking for a partner?" he said to the super ancient fast dragon. Kai. Super ancient Kuailong's eyes moved. He looked at Luokan coldly, and exhaled a rough breath from his nostrils. "I can help you find them." Kai. Another gust of rough air spewed out of his nostrils, and the super ancient fast dragon didn't respond at all, and he didn't even throw dust away. Luokan was puzzled. It shouldn't. Logically speaking, this super ancient fast dragon has always been looking for a partner. When he heard that he could help it find a partner, he should have been very excited. Touching his head, Luo Chen remembered a possibility. He opened his mouth to the super ancient Kuailong. "Do you understand me?" No response. Luokan patted his forehead, and it seemed that he had guessed it correctly. How could it possibly be a little elf who had been sleeping from a super ancient slumber until recently woken up to understand what he said? This time he was troubled. The language barrier. It's impossible to talk. Compare. At this moment, Celebi himself flew out of the bag and floated straight to the super ancient fast dragon, dancing and dancing, as if he was talking about something. Listening to Celebi's words, the super ancient dragon's eyes widened. At the end, it directly ignored the threat of the beast jade in front of Kuailong's mouth, pushed Kuailong away, turned around abruptly, and looked at Luokan with burning eyes. Luokan was taken aback. "Celebi, can you talk to it?" Compare tilde. Celebi nodded. "Okay, you tell it, I can help it find its partner, not like the giant stinger jellyfish, which grows huge through mutation, but a partner who really survived from super ancient times and is the same size as it." Then, Celebi returned again, and translated Luokan's words towards the super ancient fast dragon. The eyes of the super ancient fast dragon are getting brighter and brighter, and finally his whole body is shaking, and the excitement in his eyes can't be concealed. It opened its mouth directly, and a boxy object fell out of its mouth and rolled to Luokan's feet. Luokan picked up the cube under his feet. The texture was full of metallic feeling, and the mysterious symbols were painted on it, like a tadpole, messy. But after staring at it for a long time, those black mysterious symbols give people a noble charm, just like a very ancient writing. Luo Chen looked at the cube in his hand, half squinting his eyes. "Is this a Pokeball from the super ancient period?" He threw the cube towards the super ancient fast dragon. In an instant, the black tadpole runes on the cube were really like tadpoles, swimming non-stop. At the end, it flew directly out of the cube, flew towards the super ancient fast dragon, and circled around it. Immediately afterwards, under the influence of the black tadpole text, the super ancient fast dragon kept getting smaller and smaller. When it finally reached a certain level, it turned into a red light and entered the cube in Luo Chen's hand, and the tadpole text also returned, floating on top of the cube. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing a third-level divine beast and rewarding you with a colorful lottery ticket." Ellipsis.